close. I mean, I think this is going to be the heavy favorite for both of us.
I have been looking forward to this one since the second I landed.
He is currently the top runner for that pro card. He is in provisional second place.
It's going to be a fantastic day of lifting. I can't wait to see it.
Such a gutsy pull. That's a finish. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! He is about to break through the wall.
Show me something.
2 white lights.
Incredible.
Oh, you have never seen a hype like this, folks. Yeah, this is it, folks. This is it.
Hello and welcome everyone to the 2023 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. This is our day 2 prime time session.
That's right.
Joining me, Leah Bonnet-Ndara, is my partner in crime, Mr. Nick Stevens. Nick, thank you so much for joining us again.
It is an absolute pleasure getting to, one, sit in the chair with you again and get to call some phenomenal lifts. So it's going to be a phenomenal day.
Absolutely. And again, folks, we're talking about prime time. Nick, what is the prime time session?
Prime time is, by definition, the best of the best. There's different criteria that these lifters have to make, and these are 9 times out of 10 the top of the weight class, if not already the top of the weight class.
That's right. Yeah.
And so all of these lifters, these lifters are going through, possibly American records, world records. We're going to see some funny things go down today.
We are, absolutely, and we're talking about some of the best lifters in the world. Now, yesterday, if you guys were following us along, we had a lot of our lifters in the lighter weight classes, so all the way down to our 44-kilo women, all the way up to our 67-kilo men. Today, it's going to be a little bit different. Our lifters are a little bit heavier, so now we're looking at our 75-kilo men, our 82.5-kilo men, and now our 67.5-kilo women. And if you guys know anything, the 67s stacked. I mean, obviously some names are going to stick out, but on top of that, we have some absolute killers in the 75s,
That's
some
right.
killers in the 82s. We're going to talk a little bit about them now. So 67s, who's the name that sticks out for you, Nick?
Got to be Gabby Martinez. It's got to be. She is one of probably the heaviest of the heavy favorites to go probably for the gold for the 67s. I mean, there's little question about that one. And I want to say everything, like probably second place is going to be a lot tighter of a race after that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked a little bit about Gabby Martinez in the podcast leading up to this. We're talking about the Two White Lights podcast. But Gabby Martinez, is probably fair to say, she could walk away with this one. This one could end up being upwards of a landslide victory for her. I mean, a lot of people have her projected to potentially win even by upwards of 20 kilos. So for her, it's more of like a make sure that she can secure that win, even if it has to be taking some more safer attempts, understanding that she already has the advantage already kind of all the way across in her total. But truly, the meet is going to happen between 2nd through 6th. What can you tell us about some of the other 67s there, Nick?
These are going to be some stacked names. I mean, these are going to be names that everybody would probably recognize at home. Jen Thompson.
Yeah, that's right.
Cassandra Carlton.
Yeah.
Carmen Hugh. Who else we got? Jackie Malater, Maria Chacon. The list goes on and on and on.
Another one as well is actually our colleague,
Solana Lewis. That's right.
That's right, Solana Lewis. And, when we're talking about the breakdown between 2nd through 6th, a lot of people have kind of a different amalgamation of where it could be. A lot of people say that Jen Thompson, even though she is potentially, she is actually one of our older lifters. Mm-hmm. She's actually approaching her 50s, if I'm not mistaken. She's actually potentially looking at a 2nd place spot here if all goes according to plan. Now, we have seen kind of like the day 1 sessions, session 1, session 2. We're on now to this is our prime time session. So we're talking about the 475 and above the 475 dots and above lifters. These are the best of the best. But now we're talking about the elite of the elite and who sticks out on the cream of the crop. So
That's right.
Now I would think that looking at someone like a Jen Thompson, she's got the pedigree, absolutely. But then we also have a separation between her and Laisha Gardner.
That's right.
Not a huge difference in totals there. So, I mean, is it possible that we could see Laisha Gardner maybe even sneak in there, take that 2nd place?
Yeah, it really comes down to what lifts are good. It really comes down to how well these lifters are able to execute. And like we said, these are primetime lifters. These are the cream of the crop. So we are expecting solid execution from our lifters, but who knows what could happen. Someone may just be able to come in right behind.
That's right. I mean, if anyone watched last night, actually, some of our lifters were completely shocked by some of the jockeying for position towards the end. And if any of you watched last night's stream, then you actually saw Dan Clements was our 75 kg our 67.5 kg champion. But in a lot of cases, people were wondering whether or not he was actually going to show up. He had previous deadlift issues before, but everything came together. Charlie Yang ended up taking second in that regard. But this time around, we kind of have a little bit of a different vibe.
That's right.
Looking at some of the newcomers then, we actually have Carmen Hu and Jackie Malater. What can you tell us about them?
So Carmen Hu, she is coming off a phenomenal performance at Carolina Primetime just a few months ago. She did come in third, I believe, either third or fourth.
Yes, that's correct.
She is coached by Ely Majaj, White Toe Lifting Co., owner and proprietor. So Carmen Hu, she's going to absolutely have a phenomenal day. And then Jackie Malater, she is a, I'm trying to see what this says here. Hold on, I'm blanking.
No, you're good.
Blanking, sorry.
No, absolutely no, totally fine. So, but looking at some of our the rest of the 67s, we have as well as Maria Chacon, and Maria Chacon is also another one of our lifters. We're looking. She just recently tied a deadlift PR, looking to potentially capitalize on top of that. So our 67s are absolutely stacked in this moment.
Right.
So with that said, folks, we're going to kick things to a break real quick. We'll come back. We'll discuss a little bit about our men in the 75s and the 82s. Hello and welcome everyone back to the 2023 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 2 session prime time. We're looking at some of our lifters currently in the warm-up room. So this actually would be a perfect time then. Nick, let's talk a little bit about our 75kg men.
Let's do it. Let's do it. This is going to be a fun class to watch out for. Obviously, at the top of the weight class here, Austin Perkins, the 75kg. You won't have that Instagram handle unless you are the 75kg. He's probably the very heavy favorite to win. Something pretty substantial would have to happen in order for anybody else possibly to make some moves. But, you know, Austin Perkins, and then coming right behind, you know, Eric Lapointe, Mark Frizzell, Anas Ambar, very solid names to come up. Joe Bornstein as well, one of the top pullers in the world, actually. He did pull 5 kilograms over the open world record. So he's 100% going to make some moves, especially on the deadlift. But who knows? He might build himself a good subtotal up early, and we'll be able to see him go for some placement.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about Joe Bornstein, and everyone was saying, like, well, I mean, let's assume that Joe Bornstein is probably going to be the guy at some point, given the fact that he came up through the juniors. He's such a strong lifter.
That's right.
It's such a strong pull. Now, we do understand, if I'm not mistaken, he had an injury he was trying to work back from. He essentially changed out his training a little bit. If I'm not mistaken, he took out a squat day. He added 2 SBD days now. So things are changing up a little bit there for Joe Bornstein. But looking at some of the other guys in our 75kg, I mean, it is absolutely stacked. There's a ton of studs in this entire lineup. I mean, Zach DiCostanzo, one of the New York products, Anas Ambar, the Texas product, phenomenal bench press arms. Mark Frizzell, a phenomenal puller as well, a really great bench presser, flat back bench presser. Phenomenal work here out of the the Tidewater region of Virginia products. And Eric Lapointe, I mean,
Pizza blowed himself.
we're talking about a guy who was a national champion a year removed.
That's
Obviously,
right.
he had a very catastrophic injury leading into this, so we're not really probably projecting him to take the dub here. Having said that, Eric Lapointe is always going to impress, especially on that deadlift. Now, with these 75s, it's really kind of Perk versus a ghost.
Yes. Yes.
I mean,
Perk versus everyone else.
right, exactly. Perk and then the field. But the real question is, can Perk finally take out that number that's been standing for so long? The number is 838 kilos. That's the number that he's chasing. And obviously, that number we all thought probably was going to stick around forever. There's no way a 75 could ever get close to it. Well, folks, Austin Perkins could do that here tonight on the Day 2 primetime session. So let's talk a little bit about now our 82.5 kilos. More specifically, let's talk about who's not here.
The Russell Ori himself. And so that opens the field up for so many more storylines and so many more battles to come out of our 82.5 kilo lifters. We have Jamar Royster, who will go ahead and knock him out first. Unfortunately, Jamar Royster did weigh in over the 82.5 kilo limit, so he'll be competing as a guest lifter. That throws a little bit of a wrench in some predictions, so we're going to see how that pans out for the rest of the field. We've got Alexander Luckow, who all the way technically at the bottom with the lowest QT, he can make some moves up for some positioning there. Who else do we have? Sean Noriega. Sean Noriega, multiple-time national competitor, multiple-time national champion.
That's right.
Angelo Fortino, the deadlift prince, the Italian Il Professional himself.
Yeah, the inconvenience. Yeah.
The inconvenience, that's right. He is my personal favorite for going to come away with the dub for the 82.5 kilos.
Okay.
Again, we're forgetting about one person, Chris Perez.
I actually wanted to say a little bit about that one, actually. So Chris Perez, I think what gets lost in all of the big names that you already referred to, so Angelo Fortino, Sean Noriega, obviously Jamar Royster was somebody that we saw a lot of people had potentially even winning today. Now, given the fact that he has to compete as a guest lifter because he wasn't able to make the 82.5 kilos, that opens things up immensely for the 82.5s. Obviously, there's some crazy stacked numbers at the top. I mean, we have some numbers previously. Chris Perez at an 820, Angelo Fortino at an 819.5, Sean Noriega at an 819. Incredible stuff, guys. There's really kind of toss-up. So, real quick, right before we kick it to a commercial, predictions. Who you got in the 82s, who you got in the 75s, who you got in the 67s?
67.5 kilos, I'm going to have to stick with my girl Gabby. 75s, might be a toss-up there. I want to I want to give it to Perkins. I want to give it to the 75kg himself. I do think Joe Bornstein might have some good deadlift advantage. And then in the 82.5s,
Say it.
I want to say Angelo. I want to say Il Professional. But Chris Perez might come right, and we might see him come front. So we'll see what happens.
Very, very exciting stuff. Folks, we're going to kick it to a break here. Join us here very soon, and we will start the action.
Lifters have 60 seconds once the bar is loaded to get set up, get under the bar, and receive the command to begin the lift. During the squat, lifters need to start with their knees locked and listen for a squat command before beginning the squat. Any movement or wiggling around to get in position is totally acceptable until they receive that squat command. Once they receive the command, they need to descend until the top surface of their legs at the hip is lower than the top of the knees. After that, the rest is simple. Simply stand up with the weight to completion, making sure the knees are locked and you're motionless before receiving the rack command. There are a few common causes for a missed lift. One of the most common is that the lifter didn't squat deep enough. This is a red card. Or they started or finished the squat but their knees were still bent. This is a blue card. The other blue card is for beginning the ascent and double bouncing or descending a second time before completing the lift. Everything else is a yellow card, including losing balance and taking a step, racking the bar too early before receiving the rack command or beginning the squat too early, or intentionally using their elbows to leverage off their legs. Now you know the rules of the squat.
We have a bar. Does everybody see the bar over there with alcohol? Over there on the left-hand side of the venue. The bar is open. The bar is loaded.
And we are back,
So
folks.
am I.
The action is about to start here. Prime time. USA Powerlifting. Day 2.
Jeffrey. No, but really, we don't judge. I see
And there she is, folks. The legend herself, Jen Thompson.
You can do whatever you want.
Getting ready. The bar is being prepped.
Easily one of the most decorated lifters in all of powerlifting.
Yeah, without a doubt. Absolutely.
The first lifter, the one.
All right, we get the notification from Gino that our bar is loaded. Oh, maybe, almost.
There's no cheap referee right now.
That's right, folks. Everybody is in position. We have all of our referees, our jury, Gino, Powerlifting Pirate.
And you don't get that by just having a big bench. She's doing all three of them. She's here in prime time. She's opening up with 142.5 kilos. This is prime time. Are you ready, Ken?
Jen Thompson in the full A7 kit. Let's get it started here, folks.
Here you go, Ms. Jen Thompson. Always want to show support for her spotters and loaders.
Now, Jen Thompson is actually the 4th-ranked 67.kg lifter. This is based out of Rochester, Maryland, but currently lives in North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken.
She does?
That's right, 50 years old. One of our older lifters all weekend. Amazing that she's still doing it and doing it at a high level.
And still improving.
Let's see that opener, 142.5 kilos. Let's see the call.
It's going to be a good lift. Jen Thompson set the tone very early. Miss Laisha Gardner is going to come right behind.
That's right.
Coming up next, loading up the bar with 150 kilos. Bar is loaded. Bella Johnson.
Oh, correction. This is not Laisha Gardner. This is Miss Bella Johnson. Correction on that one.
Yep. Bella Johnson.
Now, Bella Johnson, she's taking 150 kilos.
6 that one.
There we go. The lift is good. Blue white lights.
All right, now we've got Laisha Gardner coming up right behind. She's also she's gonna take 160, so just 10 kilos up from that.
Laisha Gardner, 160 kilos on the bar.
It's always interesting to see the different approaches that lifters have for the platform. You have some lifters that are super, super hyper, very jumpy, very excited, and you have other lifters like Laisha, for example, very calm, very composed, in control of her entire lift.
No, absolutely. And every lifter is different. I mean, we always talk about like how every lifter kind of needs to get in the zone. Some people they need to beat their chest, they need to take a hit of ammonia. But some lifters, it's a very silent intensity. 3 white lights there for Laisha Gardner, 165 kilos. Folks, Miss Consistency, Sam Calhoun. She is back. Very decorated lifter. I mean, we're going to talk about probably one of the most decorated lifters here in USA Powerlifting.
Absolutely. She is a coach herself, aside from one of the top tier lifters in the country.
That's right.
Coach of Team Sam Strong. Many of her lifters have competed the past couple days.
The last city in powerlifting. But all right, we got Monty Walking in the house. Yes.
6 that one.
Absolutely beautiful on the way down.
Never in doubt. See the call? 3 white lights. Beautiful execution there by Miss by Miss Sam Calhoun.
You got a little ahead of yourself. You said who's coming up next.
Well, I mean, our other colleague, actually,
yeah.
Solana Lewis, who is not only just the on-air talent as well, but she's also USA Powerlifting Pro, USA Powerlifting Coach, new national referee, Solana Lewis, who you're also going to hear on the primetime session tomorrow as well. Also the host of the Power in Lifting podcast. Solana Lewis here, opening up with 167.5 keys on the bar. Nick. So, Nick, tell me, what are the judges looking for here?
So for the squat, I mean, the biggest thing here is going to be depth, right? We want to be sure that the hip crease is below that top surface of the knee.
Great execution here. Let's see the call.
That's a good lift there for Solana. We also want to make sure that there's a strong lockout, both in the knees. We want to be sure that there's no up and downward motion on the squat there.
That's right. Yeah, and absolutely. So the primary thing, obviously, you're looking for, there's 3 commands. There's 2 commands in the squat. It is the squat, and then it's the rack. You'll only get the squat command as soon as it's deemed that you are in a proper position, meaning your knees are locked out and you have the bar in control. Then you'll get the squat command, and then you'll get a rack command once you complete the squat.
That's right. Now here comes Jackie Malater, the Pizza Princess. We've got the Pizza Princess and the Pizza Bloat in this session here.
And folks, look at that graphic in the background. Incredible stuff. A look at our title sponsor, SBD. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful work there by our team here at USA Powerlifting. Great execution there by Jackie Malater, 3 white lights. But I mean, talking about SBD there, Nick, SBD, I mean, they've been a part of powerlifting forever. You see them everywhere. There's a reason why a lot of people's first singlets, first wrist wraps, first sleeves, they're all SBD.
Mine included.
Yeah, that's right. Same here as well. So it's like, you know, it's truly great to see them here after so many years being a part of USA Powerlifting. and supporting drug-free powerlifting.
It's almost like SBD from someone that's come up from the sport since probably 2015, 2016. I mean, I've known SBD to be almost synonymous with powerlifting itself.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. And here comes Maria Rojas Chacon, 167.5 kilos on the bar. Great control there. Let's see the call.
And see, folks, a lot of these first attempts are going to move super, super smooth, super, super light. I'm sure our lifters get on the board with a good lift.
Now, here comes Evie Yembez. Evie Yembez, actually, fun fact, 8 of her 12 competitions have all been out of the great state of Texas. Oh, no, actually,
this is Carmen who?
It's Carmen who? No, Wiggly Tough.
Wiggly Tough. Wiggly Tough with a Z.
Shout out, yeah, Wiggly Toughs. Very, very strong lifter. Actually, a lifter that we saw at CPT at Carolina Primetime.
Yeah, but she was in a good fight with Brandis for that pro card.
She was. She was.
We see Carmen here wearing the white toe lifting co knee sleeves and shoes.
That's correct. Also, another one of our title sponsors in a phenomenal meat kit she's got on there.
A7.
A7 International. A7 Demand Greatness. We love what they do. We love their bar grip. We love their sleeves. Great execution. 6 that one. Let's see the call. 3 white lights. And Nick, as a coach, you yourself are a USA Powerlifting Club coach. So tell us, how would you define what an opener needs to move like?
So for a general rule of thumb, an opener should probably move right around RPE 7, RPE 8. You want to be sure it's a number that, one, you've probably hit in the gym a few times. You're comfortable with hitting that weight. You want to be sure that it's a weight that you know under your worst circumstances you can hit it. So at the very least, you are on the board.
Absolutely. And here comes Evie Yembez. Evie Yembez again, 8 of her 12 competitions based out of the great state of Texas, very strong state of Texas, taking 177.5 keys, opening squat. These are big squats, folks. My goodness. Let's see the call here for Evie. 3 white lights. And folks, if you didn't know then, you know now. There she is, Gabby Martinez. Not just a phenomenal lifter, but also, if you saw, she was also a referee out here today. Also a coach, being handled by the great Kyle Miller.
That's right. You really talk about people in this sport that, you know, do the business of powerlifting, that are here and want to be involved in all of the aspects, lifting, coaching, volunteering.
Yeah. No, it's very few people are do what Gabby Martinez does. Absolutely. It's truly, truly great to have an athlete like that be so involved. Opening here at 180 kilos on the squat. The heavy favorite to win this class, and sure enough,
396 moves beautifully.
Yeah, if you are moving 180 like that, it's probably there's proof as to why you're probably the winner.
That's right.
Let's see here. 3 white lights there for Gabby. Very, very simple opener for her. And if you can believe it, Gabby isn't even the heaviest opener, folks.
Because we've got Miss Cassandra Carlton coming up right behind her. She's also coming off a Carolina Primetime performance.
That's right. So, Nick, I noticed I saw a Pro Series background in the overlay there. Can you tell us a little bit about the Pro Series and how lifters can achieve a pro card?
Absolutely. And so there's actually a few ways that lifters can obtain a pro card. And you can actually obtain a pro card via full power and with bench. So there are pro card lifters for full power and bench pro card holders. Most often you need to be the top 3 in your weight class in order to get that pro card.
And a beautiful squat there by Cassandra Carlton. Smokes that one, 3 white lights. Mandy Ogo, 185 kilo squat opener.
For anybody in a commercial gym, this is 4 plates.
A 4-plate date here for Mandy. Let's see the squat. Oh,
Beautiful. Absolutely. That was one of the more textbook squats I've seen.
Beautiful.
Like you could take a picture of that, stick it in a textbook.
That's right. 3 white lights there for Mandy. Back up to the top of the flight here. Squat, second attempt here for our 67 kilo lifters.
Bella Johnson choosing to go up 7.5 kilos from 150 kilo.
Bars loaded, here comes Bella Johnson, 157.5 kilos of Bella.
This is 347 pounds for Bella Johnson.
Oh, yeah. Very good execution there for Bella. Let's see the call. All right, 2-1. Looks like a red, so that was possibly depth by our chief referee.
That's right.
And do I see that right? Nick, 160 kilos. What is that for Jen Thompson?
This will match her all-time squat PR. All-time. Last time she was able to touch this was Carolina Primetime 2022.
My goodness. This is a big one here.
And this is her second attempt.
Yeah, 17.5 kilo jump there.
And Jen Thompson always wanted to get the energy from the crowd going.
That's right.
No stranger to the national platform. All right, let's see what happens as she gets that start command.
All right.
Fortunately not able to find her way out of the holder, but she does have a whole other attempt.
So, Nick, she missed her second there. What would you do if you were the coach off of what you were seeing here?
Based off of just what I'm seeing here, that looks like more strength rather than technique.
Yeah.
So from that perspective, I would stay at that weight for the third attempt. I believe going up maybe even just 2.5 kilos, that'd be a little bit of a bold jump.
So tell me then, Nick, why can't the lifters go down?
That's just the way it is.
That's right. That's powerlifting.
That is your opener weight, and once you hit your opener weight, you are locked into the system with that number, and that
only way to go is up.
Yeah, you cannot go down. You can't go down.
That's right. Only way to go is up. Here comes Laisha Gardner, 12.5 kilo jump, 172.5 keys.
I'll tell you what, these new Texas Strength Systems USAPL plates are looking awful shiny in this light.
So aesthetic. So aesthetic.
Can't forget about the platform either.
Good lift there for Laisha Gardner. And here comes Sam Calhoun. 10 years competing in the USA Powerlifting. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, a lot of Solana's goals for this meet. I mean, she really just wanted to go 9 for 9. You know, she wants to have a clean meet, solid attempts across the board, and whatever numbers come from that, you know, that'll tell the tale of her performance.
Yeah, Sam. Oh, yes. Oh,
wow.
Little hiccup there out of the hole. You know, and sometimes, Nick, in the warm-up room, things can move a little bit different. If the day's not the day, sometimes the juice isn't there, so to speak. You know, as a coach, you kind of have to see it, go with it, and adjust as the day moves on. From what you saw there, would you probably retake that one as well? I
would also retake that one. Now, it did look like the bar rolled just a little bit onto her shoulders there.
Yeah.
She did get pitched a little bit forward. Those hips came up just a bit. So from that perspective, you know, just to play it safe, get a number on the board, I would want to retake that attempt.
Yeah, I think that's safe. Here comes Jackie Malater, 177.5 kilos on the bar.
Well, making sure we adjust that rack height for Jackie.
Now remember, folks, she needs to get a start command before the clock runs out. She is at 30 seconds left. And she's actually supposed to put on her wraps off the platform. So this is going to be close.
Yeah, we are cutting down the time here.
15 seconds to get a start command.
And now once she gets that start command, she's good. She can take all the time in the world.
10 seconds. 5 seconds. 2, 1.
Oh, just in the, I don't want to say just in the nick of time, but they are going to make Jackie replace that, so that was just a hair short.
She ran out of time. Ran out of time. Speaking with the chief referee. Looks like she's going to try to talk to the jury on it.
That's right.
So actually, our next lifter, Maria Rojas Chacon, fun fact, actually competed only in July. So that's a pretty quick turnaround, Nick.
That is a very quick turnaround. That's only 3 months, and most power lifters, like the general rule of thumb is 10 to 12 weeks for a prep, maybe even 8.
Yeah.
And oftentimes you want to have a good off season before that, reset, see what needs to be addressed, and then hop into a prep. But
correct.
To go back to back to back like this, it really keeps you in that performance mindset.
All right, let's see. So, looks like we have a little bit of a misunderstanding here on the previous lifter. Okay, now we have confirmation Jackie Malater had a no lift.
Yeah,
now we are indeed, okay, Maria Rojas, check on, she is now good to go.
I believe we were waiting on the jury call for that.
We were.
Maria coming off a 6th place performance at last year's Raw Nationals in Las Vegas, Nevada.
That was a 9 for 9 performance there.
From what I remember, yeah.
Yeah. Very clean squat. Let's see the call.
And that's going to be a good lift for Miss Maria.
Now here she is, folks. Solana Lewis, the Renaissance woman. I mean, obviously we talked about how awesome Gabby Martinez is, but Solana Lewis is very much also, we talk about doing the business of powerlifting. That's right. She truly does also the business of powerlifting.
That's right. She's taken quite a big jump going from 167 to 180. That's 12 kilos. That is the biggest jump we've seen from our lifters thus far in this flight.
Coached by the great Brad Couliard. Ruby. Play the hits. She's actually taking her second attempt, the same one that she took last year at Nationals. 180 keys.
Are we thinking probably the same jump plus 2.5 for that third?
Let's see how this moves first. Yeah.
Crispy.
That moved real well. 3 white lights there for Solana. If I had to guess, could be 7. I'm gonna say 7.5.
I'm gonna, you know what? Just for the meme of it, I'll go top end. We'll say 190.
Okay. All right. Now she is no stranger to grinding a squat, though.
Absolutely.
I've seen Solana absolutely fight through some squats, so 190 is definitely not out of reach. Now let's see, Evie Yambez, 7.5 kilo jump to 185.
Oh, we did see that third attempt Solana just put in, 7.5 kilos. I don't like being wrong.
I know, Brad.
It's fine. It's
I
fine.
know, Brad. I know, Brad. We travel with these things together all the time. I know exactly how his brain works.
Oh, you were Brad's roommate last time I saw you.
That's right, yeah. It's a theme. Yeah, we travel.
Evie Yambez finds a good sticking point, but able to grind it out beautifully. She's very happy with that attempt there.
2 white lights, no free ads.
Now that red light there, she did get a red card under that red light, and so for squat, the red card would indicate depth. So from one side, it's possible that one of the judges did not see that depth requirement, but 2 to 1 still means it's a good lift.
That's right. Now here comes Wiggly Tufts, Carmen Who.
Who?
Carmen Who.
I feel bad for saying that. I know she's gotten that so many times. Carmen Hu, she's going 407 big ones, ladies and gentlemen.
10-kilo jump here. Carmen Hu, very strong lifter.
One of many in this flight specifically that is, also coming off a primetime performance.
And what an incredible day that was. Shout out to Marshall and Megan Powell, put on a phenomenal meet.
They did. Palmetto State Barbell.
Huge shout out. Palmetto State Barbell. Phenomenal gym there in the Greenville, South Carolina area. Let's see the call.
I want to say that moved just as well as her first.
3 white lights there for Carmen Hu.
Now we see a lot of our lady lifters choosing to go arms in on the rack. We see the posts go in.
Now why would you do that, Nick?
It really depends on the lifter. A lot of times lifters may have kind of a side-to-side walkout where they might hit the rack sometimes.
Right.
Maybe their hands are outside the rack. They want to have a wider hand base on their shoulders.
Yeah.
But a lot of that is really just lifter preference.
So actually, Gabby was our winner last year, and she's one of the only 2 lifters who's opening above 200 kilos and above on the deadlift. So you want to talk about somebody who truly can do the squat and the deadlift, it's Gabby Martinez. Oh, yes.
Love the smile on that. She's confident in it. Let's see what the judges say.
2 white lights. Beautiful attempt there. Gabby Martinez. Here comes Cassandra Carlton. These are some massive, massive squats here from our 67.5 kilo lifters. 192.5 keys. And fun fact here, guys, if you're following along on the liftingcast, liftingcast.com, go see USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 2. Actually, Jackie Malater is getting a relift because she timed out.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Great execution by Cassandra Carlton. Let's see the call. 3 white lights. Now, actually, this would actually make sense to me, Nick. And the only reason I say that is because that was a request that she had already, meaning it was a rack discrepancy. So that means that should have been addressed beforehand. What actually should have happened is that chief referee should have stopped the clock.
That's right.
And reset it, because that was not something that she was in control. That was actually the issue that the spotters and loaders should have taken care of. So that actually does make sense. That actually does make sense that they're giving her a relift. She's actually very much deserving of it.
That's right. In normal situations where it's just a normal timeout, that obviously would not be the case.
That's right. And here comes Mandy Ogo, 195 keys, taking a 10-kilo jump.
This is a big PR for Mandy.
Looks like a little bit of a hiccup on that squat command. She might get a red with a blue card. Yep. Sure did. Yeah.
So ladies and gents, when you get that start command, your knees can only go one direction.
Yeah, and if that bar goes, up and down. Now that was a good catch by our side referee, Shaver Schnitzer. He saw the up and the down. So it would be a red light with a blue card.
That's right. And now here comes Jackie. She's going to go ahead and take that retake of her second attempt at 177.5.
And again, have to call out those beautiful kilo plates done by Texas Strength Systems. I mean, how cool does that chrome look?
And we've got the fresh USAPL TSS rack as well.
Oh man, very aesthetic. Love what our title sponsor did here for USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. No expense spared, truly.
Absolutely. You want to talk about production value.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Solidifying that second attempt in the books, ladies and gentlemen. 3 white lights.
So, fun fact then, obviously because she had that retake, Nick, she actually has to follow herself
Yes, so in most situations, she does get a 3-minute break.
She
but
does.
It looks like it's a 1 minute. Oh, it looks like Jen's coming out just a little bit early.
Yeah.
Maybe? Possibly.
No, that's right. No,
Oh, this is Jen coming out. Okay.
That's right. So Jen is retaking that one, his second attempt. She's taking it for her third. Let's see if Jen Thompson can hit this one for her third attempt squat. And folks, if you're watching at home, hit the like button, share this link with your friends.
Go ahead and hit us up in the chat.
Hit us up in the chat. Let us know what you think. Who's your winner?
Jen Thompson looks like she came back from that second. My goodness.
All right, 2 red lights there. Nick, she can go to the jury.
She can, as long as you have 1 white light, you have the option to go to the jury. But it looks like, we see her handler, Donovan Thompson, making his way, possibly. Yes, and he will be going to the jury for that, to check and make sure that that call will stand.
Lovely shot there by our White Lights media team.
All right, Miss Bella Johnson. While Jen Thompson gets that squat figured out, Bella's going to come behind. She's going to take 165 kilograms. 253 pounds.
A little bit of a hiccup. Good catch there by our spotters and loaders. Nick, tell us about our spotters and loaders. What do they do for us here in powerlifting?
Oh, they are the meat. They make this meet run smooth and steadily. They're in charge of making sure our lifters are safe at all times. They're following the weight. They're catching the weight. They're saving our lifters if they fall, faint, pass out, whatever happens. They are there. They are the lifter's lifeline on the platform.
I mean, we talk about them like lifeguards, but it is truly, they actually dictate how fast a meet can go, how quickly they can turn over a barbell, how quickly they can catch a bar and then set it back up and then change the racks and then get it ready for the next lifter. On a deadlift, they have to clean the bar in between attempts. It's incredible how quickly they move, especially here at the national level. Here comes Sam Calhoun.
Oh, not able to find her way out. And now, if you're looking at the lifting cast, ladies and gentlemen, we have 182.5 kilograms loaded up. That's 402 American units. All 3 of these are going to be national record attempts.
Now, we talked about the spotters and loaders is when you have attempts like 182.5 back to back to back, just like this, Nick, it's actually a nice little break for the spotters and loaders. They don't need to grab a bunch of plates all over again. They don't need to lift things up, put them down anymore. All they need to do is adjust the rack heights. It's actually very nice.
Bryce, did you say that was the end of the flight?
Here we go, same thing, final squat.
1 to 82.5 for our next 3 lifters. Our first one up here, Laisha Gardner. Very considerate of our lifters to use the same number 3 times in a row.
I wonder if they talked about that behind the curtain.
Had to.
Oh, what a sticking point, but she's able to drive it all the way up. Gets the rack command. That looks like a good lift from our angle. Let's see what the judges say.
3 white lights. Beautiful there. Coached by the great swole fester, Mr. Marcellus Williams.
He himself has a stacked plate this weekend.
He is literally working every session.
Every one.
I spoke to him earlier. He is running on fumes. He is literally trying to eat what he can and just move as quickly as he can.
All right, now here comes Jackie Miller. Like we said, she is going to have to follow herself just a little bit sooner than most of the rest of the lifters would. That second attempt moved very smooth, and this will be a 5-kilo jump.
Let's see it, Jackie.
Let's get the hobby as we get to the hole. Come on now, she was just out here.
Oh, yes.
Finds a beautiful drive on the way up. That almost looked faster than her second.
Oh, yes. Great execution there by Jackie Malater.
A celebration-worthy attempt there. And that was actually a 7.5-kilo PR for Jackie. And, I mean, after realistically 4 attempts.
Pretty much. I mean, she really didn't have a lot of time to turn around and get ready for that third squat.
So most of the rest of our lifters had probably 10-ish minutes. She probably had 5.
Yeah.
So literally half that time.
Yeah.
All right, Maria's going to start walking out 182. This is 402. Same weight as Jackie and Laisha.
Oh, my.
And moves it just as well.
Oh,
my goodness.
Oh, my.
3 white lights.
Wow. What an attempt selection. Nick, she did not have 2.5 kilos left.
And that's a testament to the excellent play calling by her handler.
Oh, yes. Now that is a perfect attempt call. That is great game day handling right there.
And from that perspective, it's not even so much of a RPE 9, RPE 10 attempt. She's able to save so much energy from bench and deadlift.
That's right. That's right. Folks, here she is, Solana Lewis. Hype. I love seeing her go for these third attempts.
Yes.
Clip that one off there, folks. Love that.
Gosh.
Let's use that one for the promo next year.
That pre-ritual gets me hyped up.
Every time. Solana Lewis, squat third attempt.
This is 412 pounds.
187.5 kilos. If I know Brad, she does not have another 2.5 keys. Let's see it. Solana Lewis.
Wow.
Talk to me nice. Let's see the call.
And she's standing there with it. 2-1.
2 white lights.
That was a beautiful attempt.
Is there better branding than that, folks? Use that one as the intro. Solana Lewis, incredible stuff there. 2 white light lift. Squat third attempts. Not to be outdone. Evie Yambez using the same weight as well. 187.5. Squat third attempt. Let's see it here. Evie.
This is 187.5. Folks, like we said, this is 412 pounds. And these are our 67.5 kilogram lifters.
Evie Yambez.
Here we go, that
Texas
start command.
Oh, what a fight. Let's see the call.
Yes. I want to say yes with you.
2 white lights.
2 white lights. I want to say yes with you. Phenomenal work from Evie Yambez.
Incredible stuff there from Evie. Great execution. Guys, when you see a number that doesn't have a 2.5 increment, we are entering record territory. This is an American record, or sorry, jump the gun here a little bit. Carmen Hu is taking 187.5 keys on the bar, just like Evie Yambez and Solana Lewis. Let's see if Carmen Hu can execute her squat third attempt. Also game day handled by Mr. Kyle Miller. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Nick, we saw Carmen Hu at Carolina Primetime, and that squat third attempt also a pretty big grinder.
Absolutely, and so like we're used to seeing her with a little bit of a struggle on squat, so she's no stranger to that.
Yeah. Expecting to see a fight out of this one for Carmen Hu, the White Toe Lifting Co. athlete. Big squat here. Squat third attempt, Carmen Hu.
Oh my goodness. Effort-wise, that was pristine.
Let's see the call.
3 white lights. That's a good lift for Carmen Hu.
Great execution there. Great
so
call.
far, awesome third attempts from all of our lifters so far.
And would you expect anything less, though, Nick, from all of our elite level lifters in the primetime session?
That's right. At the Nationals primetime.
That's right. Guys, let's talk a little bit about now. We're saying we talked about what it means to jump a non-2.5 kilo increment. That means that this is an American record attempt. Gabby Martinez is going for a record, and then our next 2 lifters are as well going for records. You're looking at record attempt, record attempt, record attempt. Now, these are all going to be risks here too, Nick. There's potential in missing this. What happens? She could leave the door open a little bit.
And now we saw, if you look a little bit further, Mandy Ogo, she did miss that second attempt at 195, still electing to go up to that 200, so she's still in running for that record. We'll have to see what Gabby does.
Gabby Martinez, one of the best to ever do it. 198 kilos on the bar. Let's see the call.
And that is going to be two red lights. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift for Gabby. So that does leave the door open a little bit for Cassandra Carlton and Mandy Ogo.
Okay, yes. Coach going directly to the jury. Now the coach, I see him going directly to the jury. They're going to discuss, and folks will see if they get that one overturned.
And now currently, Gabby Martinez, if she doesn't get that overturned, she will be 8 kilos down. And now here comes Cassandra Carlton. Now, this 200 kilo attempt, this is 440 pounds. Like, this is no small number.
Record attempt here for Cassandra Carlton. Squat third attempt here, folks. Prime time is truly living up to what we thought it was going to be.
Records are being broken, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yes.
Oh, my goodness. And now that... We'll wait for the judges' call, but that looked like a record squat to me. Let's see what the judges say.
Let's see it. Three white lights.
We have a new American record.
Cassie Carlton, incredible stuff.
And now Mandy Ogo, she's looking to match it.
Not to be outdone, Mandy. Not to be outdone, Mandy, obviously, like you said, missed that 195. Taking a bit of a jump, taking a bit of a risk, going to 200 even.
But this is national. This is where you make those big jumps. This is where you make all those Hail Mary plays.
If there is a risk to take, this is the place to do it. USA Powerlifting, Raw Nationals, prime time.
A record on the national stage. No better place for it. Strong walk out there from Mandy.
All right, let's see it here, Mandy. Squat third attempt, 200 kilos on the bar.
Absolute butter.
Let's see the call.
And I remember that second attempt was up and down motion.
White lights, Mandy Ogo. My goodness. What an attempt. What a call. Hugging her coach, being carried out behind the warm-up room. What a call. What a move. Guys, if you can believe it, we are looking at our standings right now. Cassie Carlton there in first, Mandy Ogo, Gabby Martinez, Solana Lewis, Evie Yambez Carmenu, Maria Rojas Chacon, Laisha Gardner, Jackie Malater, and Sam Calhoun. I mean, Nick, this is incredible.
Absolutely. I mean, just looking at the standings here, I mean, Gabby Martinez currently sitting in third place.
Right. I mean, this is obviously we still have the rest of the meet to go.
Absolutely.
But the story of the meet is beginning to tell itself here, folks. We are moving on now to our 75 kilo lifters. Not to be outdone, our former 75 kilo national champion 2022 of Mega Nats, Mr. Eric Lapointe, opening here, 225 kilos on the bar. Nick, that means we are not going to see anything under 4 reds the rest of the day.
And isn't that a sight to see? And 4 reds with these new chrome plates. Pizza bloat makes it look easy.
Very pretty squat there by Eric Lapointe.
And that's a good opener call by his handler, Brad Couillard.
Well, looks like it was a depth call all the way around, actually. Now, you know what? Not super surprising again, Nick. The only reason I say that is because he's working off of an adductor strain.
That's right.
And hitting that requisite depth, I do understand, was going to be tough to kind of battle back from. That's a big reason why we didn't have Eric as the kind of a repeat champion, because he literally was working back from a completely torn adductor. If I'm not mistaken, he was torn completely off the bone. So the fact that he's even here is truly a miracle. So let's move on. Let's talk a little bit about Mark Frizzell. Mark Frizzell, one of my favorite lifters to watch ever. If you ever seen him lift, folks, completely absent of emotion in his face. One of the best lifters in terms of grinding through a lift in USA Powerlifting.
A high bar squatter, no less.
And again, you never kind of see any sort of struggle in his face. 3 white lights there. Mark Frizzell, one of my favorite lifters to watch because everything kind of moves the exact same. Squat, bench, deadlift, all of them. It's
execution
incredible.
By definition.
Truly, truly. And here comes our boy, Anas Anbar. Anas Anbar, love his squat actually because it's very unique. Anas has kind of a more folding type squat,
Yes.
almost, where his feet are very close together. A lot of forward knee travel. Now, Anas was coming off of a phenomenal showing last year. He was a third place showing here at Mega Nats. Anas, one of the best lifters in all of the 75 kilo division.
A coach himself.
As well, actually, yes. Saw Anas working a lot this weekend so far. So we talk about doing the business of powerlifting. Also, a phenomenal coach and podcast host, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Shout out, I believe it's Chalk My Back, the podcast, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, Anas Ambar, this is 235 kilo.
Let's see it here, Anas.
He's running short on time here. He's got 5 seconds, but he does get that start command, so he is good.
All right, beautiful squat there. See the call. 2 white lights. And moving on from third place last year in Mega Nationals, here comes second place last year in Mega Nationals. This is Joe Borenstein.
Arguably, and I'm going to say my opinion right now, one of the best pullers in the Federation. Without question.
I don't think too many people would argue with that. Absolutely. Joe Borenstein, truly one of the more exciting lifters in all of USA powerlifting, without a doubt.
We said he already pulled 5 kilograms over the open world record in training.
That's right. Very, very exciting fall. I love watching his technique on deadlift, but not to be outdone, he's actually a
beautiful squatter.
He's also a very kind of complete lifter in total. I mean, I know a lot of people show a lot of love for his for his deadlift, but his squat and bench press are actually very, very good as well. Here comes 242.5 kilos on the bar for Joe Borenstein.
I don't think there was weight on the bar.
I really don't think so. Let's see the call. 3 white lights. Beautiful squat there.
When you're
Joe
a nationals
Borenstein.
level primetime lifter, you can make 500 plus look like that.
You truly can. Now, Nick, we're talking a little bit about the 225 and above squats. We're talking about all those reds on the bar. You're gonna have an added spotter, because anything over 500 pounds in USA powerlifting requires a 5th spotter.
That's right.
Now here comes Neil Osano, or Justin Osano, apologies. 255 kilos on the bar here for Justin.
And he's one of our veteran lifters. He's been competing since 2015, since before I started powerlifting.
That's right. Justin has been around for a while. Phenomenal lifter, phenomenal squatter as well. Very, very powerful squat and deadlift out of Justin Osano. Osano Training Concepts. 255 kilos on the bar here, squat opener. Now, what's interesting about Justin is a lot of his squats, they can be a little bit of grinders sometimes. Not this one.
Clearly.
Not this one. Let's see the call. 3 white lights there for Justin. Now, in reference to Justin's lifts, it wasn't uncommon to see him kind of struggle with some squat third attempts, some deadlift third attempts. So we'll see how he selects his attempts this time around.
Now, folks, you see him on the screen there, the one, the only, Sean Noriega. We're moving on to our 82.5 kilogram lifters for this flight.
That's right.
Sean Noriega, like we said, no stranger to the Nationals platform.
And folks, this would actually be Sean Noriega's 28th powerlifting competition. A very well-traveled, well-decorated lifter, very present in USA powerlifting. We love all the contribution he's done for powerlifting. Shout out to Nori Powerlifting Now, everything he does for the culture. We appreciate it. 260 kilos on the bar here for Sean Noriega. Oh my.
Absolutely buried that. 3 white lights.
White lights. Unbelievable. So, and let's talk a little bit about it then, Nick. For Sean, it's always been a big bugaboo for him, has always been squat depth.
Absolutely. And we've been watching the refs. The refs all week so far have been very, very strict on depth. So the fact that he's able to sink it.
Correct.
Very, very nice.
Correct. Beautiful stuff there out of Sean. So very excited to see. Now that could really, really bode well for him as a guy who has a phenomenal bench press and a phenomenal deadlift. So very excited to see how the day turns out for Sean. Not to be outdone, Alex Luckow.
Lucky lifts himself. being handled by Marcellus Williams. Once again, he's got a lot of hands in this here pot.
He does. He does. You want to talk about a guy who has a phenomenal deadlift, and not just a phenomenal deadlift, but a beltless puller,
yes.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
A man of culture.
He's one of our younger lifters, too. I believe he's one of the younger 82.5s.
260 kilos on the bar here for Alex.
And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if y'all can feel it through the microphone or feel it through us or through the screen you're watching, but the energy in this venue is absolutely electric. A standing room only from our point of view. The music is loud, the beat is bumping, the people are jumping.
And folks, here he is, Chris Perez. A lot of people had Chris Perez potentially, if anything were to happen to any of the other lifters, as a guy who could sneak in, be the dark horse to win everything. Currently, he made a switch. He started working now with Joe Stanek of Game Day Barbell. Chris Perez's training has been blowing up like crazy. A lot of the stuff we have not seen, so a lot of people are wondering, okay, what's he going to show up with? He's a very, very well-rounded lifter. Personally, he's my dark horse to win it all here. Chris Perez, 270 kilos on the bar, squat opener. My goodness. Chris Perez.
And that is just under 600 pounds.
My goodness there. Beautiful squat there by Chris Perez. Fun fact, he's actually only 18 kilos off from Taylor Atwood's best at 838 kilos.
At 75 kilo.
That's right. That's right. Think about that, though. That's insane.
We've got Zach DiCostanzo. Now this will be 600.8.
Zach DiCostanzo, coached by the great Sean Collins, Barbells and Cats. In the pink A7 sleeves, shout out A7 International, our title sponsor. 2 red light lift. We'll see if Sean goes to the jury.
It's not going to look like it. He did go to the judges, so that would be a depth call. The judges confirmed that he did not meet that depth requirement.
And here he is, guys, fresh off of leaving his barbell completely and making somebody else pick up all of his plates. The inconvenience himself. Angelo Fortino.
Il Professional, coming off a second place finish of last year's Nationals behind the Russell Laurie. And I don't see Russell Laurie at this competition.
That's right. Angelo Fortino. Obviously dealing with some injury issues leading into this one. Looks like training was truly starting to pick up. Coming with a lot of that Rocky IV energy if you were following a lot of his training. So let's see. Angelo Fortino squat, 280 kilos squat opener. Very slow and controlled.
A nice 3-second eccentric.
2 to
1. Two white lights.
Clip that one off. Clip that one off, guys. That is incredible. And guys, you want to talk about someone who is chasing a ghost, chasing that 838 kilo record in the 75 kilo division. I know you might be thinking, wait a minute, I thought we were in the 82.5 kilo class. We are.
But we forgot about
one.
We forgot about the best.
The 175 kilo lifter.
The 75 kilogram lifter, Austin Perkins. He is back on the national stage, ladies and gentlemen. 287.5 kilo.
Opener. Austin Perkins. We talk about potential. We talk about how great somebody can be. Austin Perkins has the potential to be one of the greatest to ever do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I might be speechless. I might be speechless.
White lights. Somebody's got the juice today.
Austin Perkins is coming here with intent.
My goodness. Austin Perkins. Incredible stuff there. Now, and we talked a little bit about it in the opener there, Nick. Jamar Royster, unfortunately, not considered to be in the 82.5 kilo class today. He actually weighed in over. He weighed in at 86.8 kilos, so he missed that cutoff. Unfortunately, deciding to still continue as a guest lifter. We love to see it. We're all huge fans here of Jamar Royster here at USA Powerlifting, so still very excited. We could see a massive squat, not just opener, but really his third attempt.
And Jamar, really known for his squat, but also a well-rounded lifter across the board.
Also a great chef.
The Pancake God, G-A-W-D.
Oh, yes. Let's see the call here on that one. 2-1. Good lift for Mr. Jamar Royster. And again, we're talking, moving on, we're going back to our squat second attempts. Nick, we alluded to earlier, Eric Lapointe was battling back from an adductor injury, and we saw him struggle to hit depth here on that opener, and he's retaking 225. Very conventional wisdom would say to do that. Let's see if he's able to actually get into the hole and hit that requisite depth.
It looks like he's coming onto the bar this time, a little bit different kind of intent here.
Opting to go with that thumbless grip. Eric Lapointe, former 75 kilo champion, working back from an injury. Let's see the call here.
Let's see if the judges put him on the board, and they will, ladies and gentlemen. Eric Lapointe on the board with 3 white lights at 225 kilograms.
Great execution, great call by his coach, Brad Couliard, integrated strength.
And we're gonna go up 20 kilograms. Mark Frizzell.
Sorry, 17.5. From 227 to 245 kilos, Mark Frizzell. And Mark Frizzell, the Pittsburgh product, huge Steeler fan. Started competing actually only in 2020.
3 years later on the highest stage in powerlifting.
Oh yes, Mark Frizzell, great execution there.
Representing Village Hidden in Iron with the belt and sleeves.
2 white lights there for Mr. Mark Frizzell.
We got Anas Ambar coming up right behind. He's going to go up 12.5 kilo to 247.5.
Now, a very interesting thing you see out of Anas Ambar, using the nasal strips, and obviously it's not illegal. It's something that any lifter can do should they choose to. The nasal strips, obviously, they help with facilitate airflow into the nose. So when it comes to somebody who likes to use some, let's say some ammonia, some inhalants kind of thing, get yourself a little bit more hyped, definitely helps. Also helps with bracing as well. So a very interesting kind of tactic there by Mr. Anas Ambar. Anas Ambar, 247.5 kilos on the bar. This is a 12.5 kilo jump here for Mr. Anas Ambar.
This is 247.5 kilograms, ladies and gentlemen, for Anas Ambar's second attempt.
Now, very fast lift there. Let's see the call.
A little bit of a different from lifting cast here.
It looks like the lifters are up. 2 red lights, no lifts. Looks like a depth call from our chief referee and our left side referee. So let's see if the coach takes this. Yep, looks like he's taking this to the jury.
And while we've got Anas's lift over at the jury, we've got Joe Borenstein coming up right behind. 17.5 kilograms from first to second. Fresh out of the teen division, easily our youngest lifter in the flight. 20 years old.
Incredible stuff there. And honestly, Nick, whenever we talk about some of our younger lifters, you start thinking about like the future is the numbers that they're hitting now, and like, hey man, if they can stay healthy, if they can just stay in this game, we could see something really special in the future.
Absolutely.
Because you're seeing it right now. Joe Borenstein, 260 keys on the bar, 17.5 kilo jump to his second attempt. Smoke that opener. Let's see the second attempt here. He likes that one. Let's see the call.
3 white lights. Good celebration there from Joe Borenstein. And it looks like Anas's lift will remain as a no lift. But he is electing to go up to 260, Anas's.
How about that? I also like to live dangerously. Here comes Justin Osano taking a 15 kilo jump. Now that seems to be pretty common with a lot of our lifters here tonight, Nick. And would you say that's possibly because these are a bit stronger lifters now? You're going to see 15 kilo jumps between first and second, seconds and thirds possibly?
Absolutely. And you've started to notice that especially during deadlifts, you start to see 15, 17, 20, 25 kilo jumps. And that's because, if these smaller jumps, our lifters won't feel as much of an adaptation, and at that point it might be just wasted energy. We want to be sure we get as much poundage out of the bar as we can.
Absolutely. Justin Osano. And it seems to be a signature of his. His last 3 competitions have all been 15 kilo jumps.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Clearly.
All right. Let's see the call. 3 white lights. Now, I don't know if you saw it. It looked a little out of position when he came out of the hole there, Nick. 15 kilos from that second to that third would be a risk, but again, would be a signature for Justin Osano.
Absolutely, and I still think, based off of how that second move compared to his first, I still think 15 kilos is well in the cards for him.
600 pounds. System, Sean Collins in his corner. Come on, Zach.
Here comes Zach DiCostanzo, retaking 272.5. Missed that one on depth. His coach Sean Collins did not dispute. Actually came out in new sleeves.
And this is 600.8 pounds, ladies and gentlemen.
See the call.
3 whites, we are on the board.
It was the sleeves.
A little bit of a sigh of
It was
relief.
the sleeves. It's all good. Now, he switched out of his other A7 sleeves into new A7 sleeves. It was the new ones. That was what it had to be.
I wonder if those are the rigor mortis.
Yeah. Huge shout out to A7 International. Phenomenal sleeves as well. Actually, training earlier today in the training hall, got to use my bar grip shirt. Love that. No mess, no fuss, phenomenal stuff. Always bring it when I'm traveling, especially whenever you're using different kind of gyms, different kind of benches. So very, very nice stuff. Here comes Mr. Hamstring Poppy himself, Sean Noriega, coached by the great Brad Couliard. Or apologies, coached by the great Steve DeNovi. Oh my. Little bit of a hiccup. Oh. Lost his balance there. Might get a red with a yellow. Yes. Saw red, yellow, blue, a little bit of everything really. Now it looks like, honestly, that red, yellow, blue call, Nick, whenever you get kind of like an oscillation like that on the bar, could be a few things. I also saw a red card on there, meaning that the side referee potentially saw a depth issue. So there's a couple things that we saw there, not entirely certain. You can only surmise so much when you see the card infractions. Right. So we'll have to see what Sean and Steve do for that third attempt. I would be shocked if it didn't go up, knowing Sean and Steve.
I would say at the bare minimum 2.5 kilo. At the bare minimum, because based on how that moved, it was just the execution at the end.
Retake, actually. Looks like he's going to retake it. Interesting. Now, you know what? That could just be a thing to make sure, like, hey, let's just try to add to the total. We know that the bench and the deadlift is his bread and butter, so could just be another strategy to make sure, like, hey, we need these kilos.
That's right.
Let's hit him. Now here comes Alex Luckow.
Lucky lifts himself. Coached by Marcellus Williams, takes a strong walkout here.
Oh, yes. Alex Luckow. Great execution there. Let's see the call.
3 white lights.
So obviously, you know, Nick, we talk a little bit about depth calls. We talk a little bit about what the referees are seeing, kind of thing. Is well, when it comes to the national level, you're always going to see the standard of USA powerlifting being enforced at its highest. Usually, it's at its strictest. So if they truly don't see the hip crease below the top of the knee, you're not going to get it. That's why they always say, if you hit something at a national level in USA powerlifting, you truly got it.
And a lot of our referees, they do have the best vantage point.
Beautiful squat there by Chris Perez, 285. That's a 15-kilo jump. 3 white lights for Mr. Chris Perez. And again, we talked about it earlier. Chris Perez, potential dark horse to win everything.
Now, Angelo Fortino coming up on his second attempt here. This will only be 2.5 kilos below his all-time squat PR.
Doesn't seem very injured to me.
I'd have to agree with you.
Is that Rocky IV theme song that I hear right now?
It is.
Sounds like it to me here. Mr. Fortino Power. Angelo Fortino, obviously known for the big deadlift, but I think in a lot of ways, people truly do need to respect his squat. I mean, you look at it, it is very, very technically sound. It's very, I always like to say the word quiet. Very, very simple setup.
Yes.
And in a lot of ways, you see the execution. He gets rid of that momentum. He doesn't really try to catch that stretch reflex. Very tempo-like squat. Hits that position, gets out immediately. Let's see the call here.
That's the thing, it didn't slow down in bar speed at all. 2 white lights, it's almost as like it's his thing.
For the culture. For the culture, folks. Here comes the 75-kilo lifter. Nick, what is going on here?
Ladies and gentlemen, you see 303.5. All of our increments for all of our normal weights are 2.5. This is a 3.5 kilogram increment. That means we're going for an American record.
This is an open national record attempt. This would be taking out a very long-standing squat record in the 75-kilo class.
And now Perkins, he's already 60 kilos ahead of everybody else just based off of squat and forecasted total.
My goodness, Austin Perkins. I mean, you want to talk about being shot out of a cannon tonight. Austin Perkins is truly putting the prime in prime time.
That's right. I mean, we saw the explosiveness, the celebration of that first attempt.
And that's something that needs to be mentioned is Austin Perkins is a guy who truly benefits a lot from kind of that hype, benefits a lot from kind of that excitement and that bounce out of the hole, that pop off the chest on bench press, that pop off the floor on deadlift. If he doesn't get it, sometimes he panics. Sometimes that doesn't lend itself well to singles. Now, if he keeps that juice, Austin truly could cement himself today as the greatest 75-kilo lifter to ever do it. Let's see what happens here. 303.5-kilo jump, all-time squat record.
You're kidding me. You're kidding me. The crowd is electric at the moment, ladies and gentlemen.
Talk to me nice. Austin Perkins, clip that one off. Ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Austin Perkins. Wow. Unbelievable stuff. Austin Perkins setting the all-time record with room to spare. We have no idea. I mean,
you want to talk about, he had a whole house to spare. What do you mean?
What
a 3-bed and 2-bath.
10 kilos at least. 10 keys. I mean, we don't know. We don't even know what they're going to put on the bar next. But not to be outdone here, folks.
We're going to slap on a few more kilos. Jamar Royster, 320 kilograms.
Here comes
Jamar Royster, one of the best squatters of all time. Now here is a 320-kilo squat second attempt for Jamar Royster.
And I don't have my handy-dandy calculator on me, but 320 kilos is well over 700 pounds.
Now let's see the call here for Jamar. 2 white lights.
2-1.
Love to see that. Now, knowing his coach, Marcellus Williams, does tend to do a lot of bigger jumps. Nick, what do you think he had left there if you're a Marcellus Williams?
If I'm Marcellus Williams, I'm putting at least 10 kilos on. At least.
I think that's fair.
330 and shoot 340. Isn't 340 a record?
That's correct. It's Russell Voorhees' record. I would think that that 330 is there, and I think that's safe. That's still 10 keys off of the record. But
And now, unfortunately, because he is a guest lifter, that wouldn't go towards
it. Still wouldn't, yes.
But it's a wonderful thing to put on your belt.
Yes, it is, absolutely. Now, folks, third attempt squats. This is rounding out our third attempt squats here for the session. This is Eric Lapointe, the former 75-kilo champion, battling back from an injury, taking a 15-kilo jump, squat third attempt.
He's on the board after that missed first. That was a very smooth attempt there from Eric.
Looks like Brad liked that one in the back. Let's see the call.
2-1, good lift. Big celebration there from Coach and Eric, both running off the platform in celebration.
Love to see that for Eric Lapointe, especially having such a tough year.
Absolutely.
Now here comes Mark Frizzell, 10-kilo jump there for Mark. 255 keys on the bar here. Mark Frizzell.
Come on now. When Mark gets low, you get loud, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
Now let's see here, Mark Frizzell. The man who is not sponsored by Stoic, but probably should be.
He probably has my fit. Ooh.
Oh.
Looked like that bar rolled, as soon as he got into the hole, bar rolled just onto his neck.
Yeah. Kind of tough to do a high bar PR there.
It is. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we saw Anas Ambar. He did not make his second attempt at 247, but he elected to go up 12.5 kilograms. So that number must mean something to him.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Let's see if it plays out.
260 kilos on the bar. Big jump here for Anas Anbar. Not sure what 260 keys might be for him. I mean, a very big jump, especially given that 247 did not move incredibly fast.
And he's, I want to say, decently middle of the pack there in the 75, so I wonder where that's going to put him in placing. Maybe it jumps him a little bit for deadlifts.
Well, when we're talking about a guy who has such a phenomenal bench press, I think he wants to try to get as many kilos as he can here. Maybe try to get on the podium again.
He's already, the bar is levitating off the rack as he's about to get set. My goodness, Anas, the energy.
Electric right now here, Anas Anbar. Anas Anbar.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was a 2.5 kilogram all-time squat PR there for Anas Ambar.
Unbelievable.
3 white lights.
Wow. I mean, guys, he missed that second attempt and wasn't, I mean, Nick and I were
that was indeed a bold strategy, and it played out for him.
Unbelievable stuff there. Anas Anbar truly putting himself out there. What a gutsy move there for that third attempt. We'll have to talk about that one at the end of the session.
Absolutely.
But unbelievable stuff there for Anas Anbar, especially after kind of missing that second one. I mean, would you expect anything less from a top 3 finisher last year? Not to be outdone. Joe Borenstein.
This is 600 even, folks.
Got the children to come out. All you have to do is say, let's go.
272.5 kilos on the bar. Folks, this is a 75-kilo lifter. You have to call that out.
Beautiful.
My goodness, Joe Borenstein. Let's see the call.
A bow to the judges. And the lift. Looks like we have a good lift from all 3 of our judges. They held up the flags there.
Good lift there for Joe Borenstein. Phenomenal stuff. Very excited to see where he ends up at the end with the 75-kilo lifters. Now let's move on. Sean Noriega.
Now, gym lift, he absolutely made that second attempt, but as soon as he stood up, he had a little bit of a bobble. Looked like the weight just got off balance on his back there.
A little bit. Now for Sean, obviously, again, has every capability to be able to win this here. It was really only about making sure that he hit as many of his squats as possible. Obviously missed that second, so he really needs to hit this one here because his bench and deadlift truly do help him out a lot. Sean Noriega retaking 275 kilos, squat third attempt. Oh, yes. Let's see the call.
The execution was there, ladies and gentlemen.
2 white lights there. Great call. All right.
And that call from our right judge was a red card, so that was on depth.
Beautiful.
You see the oracle in the corner there.
Oh, yes. And if you blinked, you missed that one, folks. Sean Noriega smokes that squat third attempt. Great call there to retake. Moving on into bench press for Sean Noriega. Neil Osano, 275 kilos on the bar, taking that safe approach.
That's right, 5 kilos, so 255 to 270 to 275.
Now again, I saw a little bit of out of the hole. The positioning kind of got out of whack there for Justin. Curious to see how this one looks. Squat third attempt here for Justin Osano. Osano Training Concepts.
Let's see Osano's attempt here.
Oh, yes.
Positioning looks solid. He was very happy with that one.
Let's see the call.
Now, folks, after this, we are going to take a quick 10-minute break, and then we are going to go right into our bench attempts. Goodness, can't use words. We're going to go into our bench press attempts for our ladies, so they're actually getting warmed up right now behind the curtain.
That's right. That's right. Zach DiCostanzo, the New York product, coached by Sincere Training Systems. Sean Collins, the great Sean Collins. Now, interesting stuff. Zach missed that opener, changed his sleeves, hits the second.
I'm not going to hold you. I was expecting different sleeves for the third attempt.
Low key, yes. Low key. 7.5 kilo jump to his third, 280 keys. Now, didn't have the juice out of there. Wincing a little bit. I'm curious. Hopefully, Zach is okay. Could have been maybe hopefully not a strain or anything, maybe just a cramp, could be a hydration thing, we're not sure. Hopefully Zach is okay and he's able to continue on with the meet. Misses that attempt. Moving on to Mr. Alex Luckow.
Lucky
Team
lifts, he's going,
craftsmanship.
287.5 kilo.
That's right. And then folks, we got a treat for you after this. We're gonna have a brief conversation with the 75 kilo lifter, Mr. Austin Perkins, briefly after the session.
Do not go anywhere, folks, because then right after that, we're going right into bench press.
Alex Luckow, 287.5 kilos on the bar.
Come on now, let's make some noise for Alex.
Lucky lifts.
This is 287.5 kilo. Similar approach to Perkins, getting that pre-lift off the rack.
That little that false lift off, absolutely. Sinks it.
Oh my goodness, buries it.
The
beautiful grind.
The fight, and Nick, let's see the call.
3 white lights.
3 white lights.
The simple shrug. He's not impressed.
Whatever. No big deal. And Nick, I mean, unbelievable stuff. Like the crowd right now, the energy. I mean, like it is exploding right here in the Renaissance Center in Memphis, Tennessee. It is so loud.
It's literally standing room only.
Standing room only. There's actually no seats left in here. What an unbelievable sight here in the Renaissance Center in Memphis, Tennessee. I mean, unbelievable energy, especially for that third attempt by Alex Luckow.
295 or 650 pounds.
Chris Perez, 295 kilos on the bar. 5 kilo PR here for him. Oh,
fortunately not able to find his juice out of the hole.
Now we're talking a little bit about Chris Perez. Chris Perez is one of those guys that we've seen around, and we talk about rate of progress for lifters. He's a guy who's just been, everything has just been up and up and up.
Absolutely.
Meet from meet to meet, block to block to block. I mean, is it possible for every lifter to have that kind of linear progress in their career?
with the right combination of good coaching, good recovery, good nutrition, good rest, no injury, and I think so.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, are we going to say that everyone could also get to a primetime session? Probably not. I think that a lot of that also kind of comes down to genetics and honestly just, like you said, kind of all the right variables.
And whether or not you are truly him or her.
That's right. And here he is, guys. Angelo Fortino, Mr. Two White Lights himself.
Product of Game Day.
Game Day barbell athlete, 302.5 kilos on the bar here for Angelo Fortino, squat third attempt. Working back from an injury. Beautiful graphics there by USA Powerlifting.
Smooth on the way down.
Wow.
Folks, what a pristine lift there for Angelo Fortino. 302.5 kilo.
Waiting on the call.
That's going to be a good lift. Ladies and gentlemen, that was 666 pounds. Gino likes that number.
Yeah, Gino loves that number. The number of the beast, as he always likes to call it. Guys.
Now, folks.
What did I say? At least 10. At least 10, right?
It was exactly 10. Folks, Austin Perkins going 313.5, looking to add on to his own new American record.
And folks, if you see Austin Perkins right now on the screen, he means business. He truly looks like he's about to be shot out of a cannon.
I can literally feel the intensity through the screen.
Austin Perkins trying to solidify himself. Austin Perkins not just trying to make history here, he's trying to break history.
He is. With the numbers that he could hit today, he could realistically be one of, if not the best in the world.
As of now, he's got a forecasted total over 800 kilos. Could today be the day? 313.5 keys. Let's see the call.
3 white lights. Oh my goodness. A little bit of a dance as he was waiting for those calls.
Austin Perkins. I mean, what can you say?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Celebrating with his coach, Joe Stanek, Andrew Tran, all of Game Day Barbell. I mean, the Austin Perkins show is truly here, guys.
He's back like he never left.
Back like he never left, the 75 kilo lifter. We're gonna be able to speak to him very soon. I hope he's a little bit calmer now.
Yeah.
After that, now, not to be outdone, guys, Jamar Royster, 325 kilo jump, or
okay, so 5 kilo jump.
Sorry,
Okay.
5 kilo jump, 325 kilo lift, squat third attempt to round us out here for our squat session, day 2 prime time, USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. Jamar Royster.
Thank you, sir. You're the only one. The whole audience.
Squat third attempt. This is only 15 kilos off of the 82.5 kilo record for our guest lifter.
My goodness.
Fighting. Let's see the call here.
He wants the judges to give it to him, but will they give it to him 2-1? That is a good lift.
My goodness. 2 white lights.
Jamar Royster.
Let's look at the standings right now. Folks, as things stand, Jamar Royster is at the top. Obviously, he's a guest lifter, so we can't consider that one. Austin Perkins is leading the way for the 75s. Angelo Fortino after that, Alex Luckow, Chris Perez, Justin Osano, Sean Noriega, Zach DiCostanzo, Joseph Morenstein, Anas Anbar. Now, obviously, we're talking about this is after squats. We don't know how things are going to turn out. We don't know where things are going to shake out because we still have to do bench press. We still have to do deadlift. We don't know entirely where the story of the meet is going to be headed. We do know squats are over, folks. Who stood out to you immediately, Nick?
Do I have to say it?
Probably.
Okay. Austin Perkins.
It had to be.
The 75 kilograms.
Right. That's right. Absolutely. Now, Austin Perkins, obviously, we had the pleasure of being able to have him join us here just briefly. But I think also on top of that, Anas Anbar, just in that last session.
Absolutely. After missing that second?
12.5 kilo jump. Incredible stuff there. Also, some of our ladies, I know we saw some really big squats there. Solana Lewis, 187.5 kilos. Gabby Martinez missed that 198. tried to battle back. So now we'll see kind of how that shapes things up. Now, currently, folks, we're actually going to have a little treat here for everyone at home. We actually have the 75-kilo lifter, as you guys know him, Mr. Austin Perkins. Austin Perkins is actually going to join us here shortly.
We're getting his head set up right now.
We're getting his head set up right now. The stud himself.
We'll scoot over. We'll make room.
Yeah, I'll make room for history here, folks. My man, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you for having me. Thanks for having me.
So, talk to us a little bit about what was today going to be when you guys were warming up. Did you know from the minute you guys started to throw one red, two red, three reds? What did it feel like?
It felt really good today, actually. Like I said before, I've had a few knee pains and hip pains, but it hasn't been anything major, super minor. But that was my biggest issue today. I thought it was going to happen, but honestly, through warm-ups, I didn't feel anything. Went from 1 red, 2 red, 3 red, 4 reds, 5 reds, and then that was it. Those jumps, and then I knew after that first attempt, moved so easy, I knew today was going to be a good day.
So then tell me, Austin, what were you thinking? Was that number always in your head? Did you always think it was okay, it's at least going to be 313 today? If it's that 9 for 9 stars align kind of day, was 313 really the one to go for it?
If you want to be completely honest, on my second attempt, after my second attempt, I told them don't go anything crazy because I thought my coach was going to go 320. And I was like, just don't put 320. I don't want to try that hard today. And then I didn't tell them 320, and so they put on 313.5 instead. It was supposed to be 315.
Incredible stuff.
So we lowballed it a little bit by 2.5 kilos, but it's all good. We'll just make it up on bench and deadlift. We'll put the 2.5 kilos somewhere else.
So not to take away then, I know we obviously very excited to see you do the bench press, very excited to see you do the deadlift. I know you've been really excited about how bench has been going. I don't want you to say it if you don't have to, but are you really excited for the bench press? Do you really think you're going to have the juice today?
Yeah, I think we should be good on bench. We're not actually pushing anything super crazy. We're going to definitely go for a PR 100%, but I probably say we'll go near 195, maybe above, maybe added. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe, absolutely. So for the rest of the day then, obviously you got the bench press, you got the deadlift. Austin, we don't want to take up any more of your time. We're all very excited to see what you do today. I think if the squat was any indication, we could be seeing something special. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Get back there, go eat up, go
Appreciate
recover.
it. Thank you. I'm going to get some water in me.
All right, there it is. Thank you guys so much, folks. That was Austin Perkins, the 75-kilo lifter, trying to solidify himself as one of the greatest to ever do it. Folks, that wraps up the squat session for us. Myself, Leo Bonendara, joined here by Mr. Nick Stevens. Join us here briefly. We're going to take a 10-minute break before our bench press.
Don't go anywhere.
Manufactured exclusively in Great Britain at SBD's state-of-the-art facility, these new 7mm powerlifting knee sleeves have been designed for competitive powerlifters that need the maximum possible support from their sleeves. An innovative new high-grade neoprene offers enhanced second skin compression that molds to the joint all the way through the range of motion. No gapping during flexion means that the knee joint is supported consistently all the way through the lift, helping lifters maintain form and bar speed as they approach maximal attempts. Heavyweight linings, edging and seams, and abrasion-resistant outers that are designed to withstand even the most aggressive fitting make the 7mm knee sleeve the most robust sleeves in SBD's product portfolio. Engineered in Great Britain to SBD's exacting standards, each sleeve is carefully scrutinized by a team of highly trained quality control personnel and comes as standard with SBD's antimicrobial technology and a 1-year warranty.
Get access to world-class coaching in real time from anywhere. Whether in a small group setting or one-on-one, our coaches are in your ear during your training sessions, watching every rep and correcting every mistake.
Lifters have 60 seconds once the bar is loaded to approach the bench, set up, unrack the bar, and wait for the start command. They can take a lift off from the spotting crew, or not, and they can also use bench blocks of various heights that raise their feet if their feet can't touch the ground. Each of 3 referees can give a white or a red light, and lifters need any 2 out of 3 white lights or better for a successful lift. Lifters have to keep their shoulders and butt in continuous contact with the bench pad, and their feet need to be flat on the floor. Once they unrack the bar and are motionless with locked elbows, they'll receive the start command to begin the bench press. They'll lower the bar down to their chest. As soon as the bar is motionless on their chest, they'll receive a press command, where they can fire the bar back up toward lockout. Once their elbows are locked and they're demonstrating control of the bar, they get one last command, a rack command, and the lift is done. The bench press is highly technical, and there are more reasons for a missed lift. A red card is given if the athlete never gets the bar down to their chest. Blue card is given if there is downward movement in the hole of the bar while they're trying to press the bar, or if they have bent elbows at the start or finish of the lift. The yellow card is given for heaving or sinking the bar after the press command, accidentally starting before the start command, pressing before the press command, or racking before the rack command. Yellow cards are also given if your butt comes off the bench, your feet come off the floor, or if you use your feet to anchor against the bench or bench supports. These are the rules of the bench press.
She's going to go to the limit.
But he said she's going to get real close.
I mean, I think this is going to be the heavy favorite for both of us.
I have been looking forward to this one since the second I landed.
He is currently the top runner for that pro card. He is in provisional second place.
It's going to be a fantastic day of lifting. I can't wait to see it.
Such a gutsy pull. That's a finish. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! He is about to break through the wall.
Show me something.
2 white lights.
Incredible.
Oh, you have never seen a hype like this, folks. Yeah, this is it, folks. This is it.
And we are back, folks. We are on to the bench press. Nick, tell us a little bit about what are you looking for on the bench press in powerlifting?
Yeah, so with bench press, we've got 3 commands. We've got the start, the press, and then the rack. We have to go stop motionless on the chest. We have to have full lockout of all of our joints. We want to be sure all of our movements are rigid. The biggest thing we're looking for, we want to make sure our butt stays on the bench, and we want to be sure that our lifters hold that long pause motionless on the chest.
That's right. And you're always going to see a little bit of difference between all of your lifters. Now, we're going to look at some of our 67 kilo women, 75 kilo men, or 82.5 kilo men. Now, a lot of those lifters, you're going to see a lot of different techniques. You're going to see some flat back benchers, the Mark Frizzels of the world. You're going to see some really high arch lifters, the Sean Noriegas of the world, right? And you're going to see kind of everything in between, you know, Angela Fortino, a little bit more of a standard kind of bench press, you would say. But I think it's important to kind of call out, they're all going to satisfy the same thing. Their feet are going to be flat on the ground. They're going to all have their elbows completely locked out, or they won't get a start command. On top of that, you also need to make sure that, like you said, the bar is completely motionless on the chest before you get a press command. Now, let's talk real quickly about our day 3 prime time. For all of you who are going to join us tomorrow, we actually have another jam-packed day. We're going to start with our women's 75 kilo lifters up to our 82.5 kilo lifters, and then our men's 90 kilos up to the 100 kilo lifters. I mean, we're going to see some heavy hitters tomorrow. Really excited for those of you who are going to join us on our day 3 prime time here at USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. So let's talk, Nick. We got some really great footage here by our White Lights media team here at Raw Nationals. Who sticks out to you on the bench press?
Now, if we're talking just our ladies, I mean, the only we have to talk about Miss Jennifer Thompson, one of the best benchers, if not the best bencher in the world.
Pound for pound, possibly. Yeah, possibly.
She's been breaking the bench record probably every time she's competed.
Her own record.
Exactly.
Yeah, her own record.
Exactly. And then we're also looking at, Gabby Martinez. Obviously, she has a massive 115 kilogram opener. And then she is the next lightest person to open up behind Jen Thompson.
That's right. And then we talk a little bit about the bench press, Nick. When you know that you're a lifter that has like a very strong deadlift, a very strong squat, now the bench press is going to be the one where it's just like you just make sure that you don't miss any lifts. Now, speaking of not missing any lifts, folks, the bench presses have begun. Here comes Mandy Ogo opening bench opener, 92.5 kilos for Mandy. Now we got the start command. Very quiet, very simple kind of setup there for Mandy.
And like you were saying, Mandy Ogo, more of a flat back bencher there.
A little bit, yeah, absolutely. And opts to go with that soft touch. I think you're going to see a lot of the soft touch, especially across all of our lighter lifters today. You might not see a lot of that kind of sinking technique that you might see of our heavier lifters. So for those of you that are going to be probably watching tomorrow in the primetime session, you're probably going to see a few more of those kind of heavier pauses, we'll call them. We're not going to call them a sink and a heave because those are illegal. Now, a sink and a heave is when you sink into the chest, anticipate the press command, and then heave it back by essentially bouncing the bar a little bit more into your chest and then throwing it back up. Now, that by definition would be a red light with a blue card, meaning that is downward motion. That is a red light lift.
Solana Lewis, 95 kilograms.
Our colleague Solana Lewis, 3 for 3 on squat opening on bench. Beautiful attempt there for Solana Lewis.
So right now we're looking at our women's raw 65 kilogram rankings. Up top we've got Celine Crum. She's got a 515 dot score.
Hey, we don't need to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, Laisha Gardner right behind. She's got a 501, and then just 1 point behind Cassandra Carlton, 500 dots points.
Cassie Carlton, man. Very, very strong. Now here comes Carmen Hu, Wiggly Tufts, 95 kilos on the bar, bench press opener. And again, actually, Nick, if you're following along on the liftingcast.com, you can actually see all of our attempts, all of the successful attempts, all the non-successful attempts. You can see the next attempts as well.
You can even see what cards were given for the infractions.
That's right. There's the 3 white lights there for Carmen Hu. And if you folks are following along on the Lifting Cast, what's very interesting is that you're going to see a lot of the same numbers on these openers, especially for our females. Seeing a lot of 95, seeing a lot of 110s, seeing 100 twice, seeing 110 twice, seeing 115 twice. Easy day for the spotters and loaders. Not too bad.
Right. And our bench is normally, you know, if we're talking work for the spotters and loaders, bench is normally one of the easier ones.
Yes. Yes. Now, Nick, I actually do see here that Maria Rojas Chacon, she's actually using those Hyper Vs. What can you tell me about those shoes, the benching in flats versus heels?
Sticky, sticky, sticky. For me personally, I've always felt that having my heel closer to the floor allows me to just feel that pressure from the floor a little bit better, allows you to stick, keeps your feet from sliding, allows you to keep that shoulder driven into the bench.
Good lift there for Maria Rojas Chacon, 95 kilos. And yeah, absolutely, Nick. I mean, we talk a little bit about what it means to have control in the bench press. Now, a lot of people assume that it's just like, well, I mean, it's an upper body lift, right? Is it an upper body lift?
I tell all of my lifters when they're starting that bench is made from your leg drive. You know, all of the force that you're driving from the floor, all of the force that you're taking with you to that bar to reach your chest, that's all coming from your legs. That is all coming from the floor.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, if y'all are following along with the action here, go ahead and DM us on Instagram at USA Powerlifting. You can go ahead and give us your take on the action, all the beautiful, wonderful lifts you're seeing thus far as the storylines play out. Go ahead and scan that QR code.
That's right.
We've got Sam Calhoun. She's going to open us up with 220 pounds, 100 kilograms even.
And Nick, Sam Calhoun, she's trying to battle back. I mean, she had a little bit of a rough squat session, only got her opener, tried to take 172, missed that twice. Now she's trying to battle back. I know that sometimes that's a tough day mentally. What are you going to do for your lifter when you know, like, kind of squat session didn't go well? How do you try to get them to rebound?
It really, it does depend on the lifter, but oftentimes as a coach, you know, it really comes down to conceptualizing the meet and keeping everything into perspective. You know, those lifts happen, they're done, we move on, we have more lifts to complete, the meet's not over, who knows what our other lifters will do.
On to the next, absolutely, every time. Great attempt there by Sam Calhoun. Bench opener at 100, good lift.
Evie Yambez, she's gonna go 102.5. For those of y'all in commercial gyms in your local Planet Fitness or your Golds, this is 2 plates.
Taking a little casual 2-plate date here.
And yes, she can rep this out, ladies and gentlemen.
Excellent set.
All right, let's see the call. And I thought I saw something there. It looked like she jumped the command. Yellow cards all the way across the board, and I thought I saw something kind of funky there when she touched that. What did you see there, Nick?
It looked like she might have jumped that press command just a wee bit.
Yeah.
Like just a wee bit. And at the national level, you know, these are senior level judges, international category 1, category 2.
That's right.
They're used to seeing those small, minuscule things, and they're looking out for that, especially at meets like this.
That's right. These are the toughest referees. This is the toughest judging in all of powerlifting.
Here comes Laisha Gardner, 110 kilograms. Are they playing Halo?
And if you guys are listening closely, that is absolutely exactly the music you think you're hearing. That's Halo.
I don't know who's on the playlist, but I gotta shake their hand. I've been hearing some of the best soundtracks. I thought I heard Undertaker's theme a little bit earlier.
You did. You did. No, these are not mistakes. Absolutely, yeah. Someone is truly a gamer, and we're here for it. Absolutely. Great attempt there by Laisha Gardner. Good lift for her. Here comes Cassie Carlton.
She's going to take that same thing, yep. Spotters and Loader got a little bit of a cloud of dust in the face. Cloud of chalk, excuse me. Oh, I didn't notice those collars even have 2.5 kilos on them. That's very sharp. Our new TSS plates, collars, and rack. USAPL branded.
That's right.
Crisp, clean, so fresh, so clean.
Master Chief would be proud here. Cassie Carlton, 110. Three white lights.
That's an excellent attempt.
All right, here comes Jackie Malater, 115 kilos on the bar. And man, they turned that bar over quickly. Nick, I mean, incredible. Our spotters and loaders here on the national level.
Fast.
Actually, a fun little tidbit was I got a training session in today with our training hall. Shout out Team Roar, another one of our title sponsors here at USA Powerlifting. Team Roar actually sponsored a training hall for a lot of the volunteers, all of the referees, the spotters, the loaders, the volunteers. I got a training session in this morning with a bunch of our spotters and loaders. And Nick, when I tell you it was the fastest bench press session I've had all year, I am not kidding. I hit it. I did 4 sets actively in like 12 minutes. These guys turned the bar over so fast. It was so great to work with.
And a lot of these guys, they're training. You know, they've spotted and loaded at multiple meets.
Right.
This is something they love to do. They love the sport. They love volunteering.
Great attempt there. Jackie Malater, 115 keys on the bar. Incredible stuff. Jackie Malater, bench press opener.
We've got Kane's intro. And Gabby Martinez going to 115 kilo now. She started out her lifting career as an equipped lifter. And
That's
so
right.
like for equipped bench, you know, especially it does take a lot more control getting to the chest. It does require just a little bit more extra care of attention. And so in terms of a raw bench press standpoint, she might have just a little bit of an advantage over some of our other benchers just because she's used to holding that weight in her hand. Because they need that much weight to get to the chest.
That's right. Gabby Martinez, 115, and if you blink, you missed it. Very easy opener. And Nick, obviously, when it comes down to bench press, not everyone is going to be Jen Thompson, okay? But guess who is Jen Thompson? Jen Thompson. Folks.
Here she is, folks.
One of the best to ever do it. One of the best to ever bench press, truly. Jen Thompson, 127.5 kilos. If you guys have been following her career at all, she tends to open at around 125 kilos. She's opting to go for 127 kilos this time around. 127.5 keys on the bar here for Miss Jen Thompson.
A little bit of a change in opener. Could we be seeing a little bit of a change to the storyline here? Could she be going for something a little bit bigger?
It would really go within the script for Jen Thompson, always trying to kind of chip her own records. Let's see the call.
That's going to be 3 whites there for Jen Thompson.
Very good execution there for Jen Thompson.
We're going to take it back to the top of the order there. Solana Lewis, bar is loaded for her. She's going to go up to 97.5 kilo.
Moving right along. Bench press, second attempt. Man, this flight.
We're kind of flying a little bit.
And like I said, these spotters and loaders, they have been so phenomenal here at Raw Nationals. They've turned over every bar so quickly. Now, it probably should be worth noticing, or at least noting here, Nick, is how quick the meet is actually moving along. Wouldn't you say that on a national level, especially in a prime time session, this is a bit quicker than, say, your typical local meet, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, you think about your local meets, you have a lot more lifters, right? You have 1, 2, 3 platform meets, 12, 13, 14 lifters a flight. A lot of our lifters in these flights, these are fairly decent-sized flights between 12 to 14 lifters, but there's only 2 flights and it's 1 platform.
Oh, Solana. Now, there was good pop off the chest there. I'm curious what could have happened. Looked like she just ran out of gas on that sticking point. I'm curious what could have happened, knowing Solana, knowing her coach, Brad Couliard. The odds are they took a safe attempt call, just 5 keys, pretty standard on a bench press jump. Definitely going to retake that one if I had to guess. And yes, sure enough, they are. If you guys are following along on the lifting cast, their coach immediately put in 97.5 again, so she's going to retake that second attempt bench press for her third.
We've got Mandy Ogo, 97.5 kilos, going to follow that right behind. And then going back to the timing of these meets, a lot of our lifters only have just a few minutes in between attempts, with not as many lifters in the flight. And so they're having to expend a little bit more energy a little bit faster. And that's definitely going to play a part in how they perform on the platform. Mandy takes it to the chest.
Now, I think it's also probably worth noting, Nick, let's see the call. 3 white lights there for Mandy.
There it is.
There is a difference when you become a kind of regular national level lifter, when you become a lifter who kind of competes at the Pro Series, at the Arnold. Like, there is something to it to be able to kind of almost kind of not be surprised by all of the bright lights and the big crowd. I mean, and all the pomp and circumstance that kind of comes with it. I mean, all of these overlays, you see the lights, you see everything going around, a lot of craziness here is almost not being affected by it. Do you think that there's probably some utility in saying, like, some of these more seasoned lifters, they might not have to worry about that?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, you look at most people's first time at the national level, you know, it's going to be probably a little bit daunting, you know, to be at the national stage for the first time. But a lot of these multinational level lifters are used to, like you said, they're used to the lights, they're used to all the noise and the music. And so, you know, like I was alluding to earlier, staying in that performance mindset, you know, staying in kind of a performance mode definitely does make your chances of having a well-executed meet day just a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. And here comes Carmen, who, speaking of another well-traveled elite lifter, 100 kilos on the bar here, bench press opener.
Carmen, who gets that start command? 3 white lights there for Carmen, who that is 220 pounds. Freedom units goes down nice and easy. Evie Yambez is going to come right behind, 2.5 kilos up. 102.5. Again, this is 226 pounds. If y'all don't have your calculators at home.
Evie Yambez, 102.5 kilos on the bar for Evie Yambez. Bench press opener. Now, Nick, we talk a little bit about how a lot of these Pro Series meets and how these payouts work. They're based on dots. What is dots?
So, excellent question for all of our viewers at home. So, dot score is it's a coefficient formula, and it's used to kind of put all of our lifters on the same playing field across, you know, weight class, across gender. So all of our male and female lifters are kind of put into an even playing field so we can see who really is the strongest of the strong across the board.
That's right. And again, folks, it's worth calling out all of our lifters here are the best of the best in the country, some in the world. A lot of those lifters lifted in the day 1, day 2 sessions, in the session 1, session 2s. The best of the best lived in prime time, and those minimum dots were so high. 475 for the women, 500 for the men.
And a 500 dots for any lifter is an extreme number to hit.
Yeah, I mean, and a great attempt there by Sam Calhoun, good lift, 102.5 kilos. Now, let's talk a little bit about what is a good dot score. I mean, everyone kind of like talks about, like, it's this, it's that. Well, I mean, I think a very simple way to kind of boil it down is a lot of people kind of fall your regular kind of newbie lifter, somebody who's been training for about a year or so, maybe like hovering in like the 300s, and then depending on how quickly you can take to lifting, maybe someday you can break into the 400s, right? Maybe a 400 dot lifter is one of those who is you would consider a power lifter, a truly powerlifting gym strong, right? And then when somebody gets into the 450s and beyond, now they're like, okay, wow, they're winning meets and everything like that. They're getting invites.
To get into that upper echelon.
You're getting invites to different places. 475 and above, that's when you're really starting to get invites to the elite of the elite. And the 500 plus, we're talking about, I mean, these are superheroes at that point. It's just incredible stuff. Great attempt there by Bella Johnson, 105 keys. Good lift.
Bars loaded now for Cassie Carlton, 112.5.
Cassie Carlton, 112.5 kilo jump, or 112.5 kilo bench press second attempt. This is a 2.5 kilo jump. Pretty safe bet, you know, pretty safe jump there, isn't it, Nick?
Definitely across bench. You know, bench is definitely one of those lifts that, you know, if you're cutting or say you're trying out a new technique or you're just, you know, this is your first time on the national stage, for example, you know, that mental aspect, it's always good to take those safe bets on bench because bench is the first one to go in that sense. You know, there's the most technical things that you have to keep track of. You have 3 points of contact. You have 3 commands from the judges.
Oh,
it's
yes.
a lot to think about.
Oh, yes. 3 white lights there. Great attempt there. Cassie Carlton. Here comes Laisha Gardner. 5 kilo jump to 115. Bench press, second attempt. And this is actually only 3.5 away from her current best. So if this moves well, Nick, we could be seeing a record attempt.
Yeah, you said 118.5. I got a little, I had a little retract there a second.
Correct. That would be a record.
All right, Laisha Gardner, 115.
All right, let's see something. I'm curious. Now, let's get the rack command. Let's see the call.
It's going to be a good lift for Laisha Gardner.
Very, very good call there. Good lift for Laisha Gardner. And the only thing I wanted to call out there, Nick, was when she gets the start command, you see the bar.
That little jump there, yep. So that could be up and down motion.
Yes. Little thing that I was curious about is after she gets the start command.
Yep.
And she could have also potentially gotten the start command after that.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. You've got Jackie Malater. This is 120 kilograms. Folks, you've got multiple lifters that in this flight that are going to be benching well over 120. Many ladies benching over 120 kilograms, which is absolutely insane at the 67.5 kilo weight class.
That's nearly 2 reds on the bar.
Really, in general, to squat over 120 is insane.
Jackie Malater. Oh, I mean, failed off the chest. And, Nick, you'll usually see that especially on some bench pressers who tend to have kind of that very wide, kind of like very exaggerated arch bench presses. If they're going to fail, they're going to fail off the chest.
Yep, and then conversely, you know, you have our more of our flat back benchers. You know, a lot of that failure is going to come a little bit further off the chest, right when those triceps start to, you know, really take control of the lift as opposed to the chest.
And folks, here she is. Gabby Martinez, second attempt is actually going to tie her best bench press, 120 keys on the bar. Gabby really must be feeling it here if she's going for that on her second attempt. And that opener, I mean, absolutely smoked.
Flew.
So let's see if Gabby's got the juice. 120 keys on the bar, bench press second attempt.
And she does. That was a beautiful lift there for Gabby.
Beautiful attempt.
3 white lights. Ladies and gentlemen, check the scorecards. We've got Miss Jen Thompson coming up. She's going to go 142.5 kilograms. Folks, that is a massive jump from first to second.
Nick,
I want y'all to put that in the calculators.
You put that in the calculators. That is near as the in freedom units, that is a 3-plate date.
That's massive.
142.5 kilos, just under 315.
She will be breaking her all-time PR attempt by 0.5 kilograms. So she does have 142. Let's see if she can get on that extra 0.5 for 142
and Nick,
and a half.
if I'm not mistaken, actually, so I don't believe that this one is actually a PR attempt, but if I'm not mistaken, Jen does tend to like to take these big jumps. And if she misses this, she tends to retake it.
Wow.
All right, let's see the call.
That is a good lift for Jen Thompson. We just keep adding on kilos to the total.
Beautiful. So, Nick, I know in a lot of ways, sometimes people talk about the bench press on Instagram, on socials, and people talk a lot about the female bench press and how sometimes it gets a lot of flack online because of what it looks like. Why is it that some people opt to go for that really high arch bench press?
You're really using the most of your body to get the most weight possible. You are contorting your body. You are manipulating it in such a way within the rules, within the bounds of competition. So from that perspective,
why not?
Why not?
Why not? Here comes Solana Lewis retaking 97.5.
He's able to finish that lockout. Let's see what the judges say. We saw a little bit of up and down motion from our perspective.
All right, enough though. 2 red lights. We'll see if, yep, and there goes Brad. Brad Couliard heading over to the jury to see if he can contest that one. I
don't know that they'll give it back to her, but from a coach's standpoint, it's worth the shot to the jury. It's worth the shot.
It costs you nothing. And I would be shocked if this gets overturned. Now here comes Mandy Ogo, 100 kilos, even, 220 pounds in freedom units.
Now, Mandy, again, like we said, more of our one of our more flat back benchers. So if we do see any major sticking point, it will come kind of midway through that press.
Kind of a different setup, though, too. Like, even though, like, fairly not a crazy arch, but also, like, the inward grip on the hands. Do you see what I mean? Like, almost kind of contorted a bit, like almost that very bulldog-type grip.
Sticking point wear.
And obviously, yes, off the chest, especially with that kind of very exaggerated, great lift there. So, Nick, whenever you see that kind of bench press, when you have the arms kind of extended and the hands kind of turned inwards, you're going to have a little bit of a difficulty, especially off the chest, because the hands are kind of separated as far like this. Now, you talked a little bit about leveraging the triceps. Now, when you leverage the triceps, that's going to mean that the pop off the chest is going to be very pronounced. Now, you're going to run out of gas, though, at that sticking point. It really kind of comes down to the lifter in terms of where do they kind of want to give up maybe some juice. So here comes Maria Rojas Chacon, 100 kilos even. Bench third attempt. Let's see the call.
That's going to be a good lift. 3 white lights.
And not... Honestly, I feel like this has kind of been, as the meet has been going so quickly so far, Nick, we haven't talked about it enough, is a few lifters are twisting a gem so far. I mean, Maria Rojas Chacon, 6 for 6. Not a bad day.
Not a lot of our lifters coming up later on in the flight, they've had phenomenal attempts on squat, 3 for 3, 2 for 2 so far on bench.
So Carmen Hu, 5 kilo jump. Bench press, third attempt.
Say again, Bryce.
All right, let's see the call here. 3 white lights for Carmen Hu. Great job there. Great attempt. Sam Calhoun only taking that 2.5 kilo jump from first to second to third.
Very conservative, very true, consistent.
I would say, honestly, this could be some context for everybody watching at home, is Sam Calhoun is also a very decorated coach. I have seen her working a lot of lifters here this weekend. So
her and I worked together yesterday.
That's right. So it could be some fatigue.
Are you sure?
Maybe a little bit. 2.5 kilos.
But
jump
honestly,
there.
That's still a beautiful call. Maybe she is feeling some fatigue. That lift could still move very well. Who knows? That fatigue may carry over into deadlift.
That's right. And the thing is, the only reason I say that, Nick, is because she missed those 2 on squat.
That's right.
And then after her and her coach, Patrick Carr, of the strength guys, Patrick Carr, he tends to be a very cerebral coach, and he's not going to put anything on the bar that he knows his lifters can't hit. So probably him and Sam got together and were like, hey, it's not there today. Let's go with the safe calls. Yep. 2.5 on bench. Great attempt selection there.
Let's come away with what we have. We're already on prime time.
That's right. Evie Yambez, 107.5 kilos. Wide bench press.
Like you said, a little bit tougher off the chest, but once she got past that little bit of sticking point there, she was able to lock out cleanly.
3 white lights. Beautiful. Love the hype there by Evie Yambez. Great call by the coach. And And we talk about that wide grip bench press, Nick. I mean, when it comes to that, like you just saw it, she did not have 2.5 kilos.
No, that was it.
Yeah.
And that's, again, a testament to her for knowing her strength levels, a testament to her coach for excellent play calling.
Yeah. Bella Johnson, 107.5 kgs, also bench press third attempt. Oh, fight. See the call.
It's going to be an excellent lift there for Bella Johnson. Coming away 5 for 6 thus far, going into deadlifts.
All right, Cassie Carlton. Now, obviously, very much like Samantha Calhoun, opting to go 2.5 keys between first, second, and third to 115 kilos.
And now some lifters, that may be, the normal lifts that they're used to taking in the gym. And so when you get to the national level, when you get to a higher playing stage like this, you don't want to change too many things. You don't want to have too many variables that are going to change once you get on the platform, because you want execution to be the top priority at this kind of level.
Correct.
Cassie Carlton get a setup under that 115 kilo bench.
Cassie Carlton really trying to find that position on the bench press. Sometimes it's tough, especially with that residual chalk.
Yep, and you
from
get
other lifters.
You get our high arch lifters too. They depend so heavily on how those shoulders anchor into the bench.
What? All right.
Oh my goodness.
See the call.
Good lift for Cassie Carlton. 6 for 6 on the day.
My goodness. Do you see what I see there, Nick?
I do. 119 kilos, so that has to be an American record of some sort. Looks like Laisha Gardner's going to go for something heavy.
This is a record attempt here for Laisha Gardner. American record attempt here for Laisha Gardner. And if I'm not mistaken, her record before this was 118.5. Also rocking the Hyper-V. Success leaves clues, folks. Those hyper sticky rubber shoes.
Very soft touch to the chest. Can we finish through? Oh, that's going to be a no-lift spot. Who's going to have to take that from Laisha Gardner. Not able to add on to her own record for the day.
Saw a blue card there, actually.
So that is going to be up and downward motion from our judges.
Also a yellow for failing. So a Technicolor lift, if you will.
Not as Technicolors as Sean's was.
No.
That's that second attempt squat.
Yeah, that's one of those where a lot of stuff did not go right.
We got Jackie Malater. She's going to go 120 kilo, looking to retake 120.
And that 120 was tough last time. I mean,
it was off the chest for that one.
It was tough. It was tough. So we'll see if she has the juice here this time around.
And these are our third attempt benches, ladies and gentlemen. 120, over 250 pounds, over 260 pounds for all of our ladies that are about to go up. Finds a little bit more motion off the chest there, but not able to get through to lockout there for Jackie Malater.
Here we go. This is a two-plate date in powerlifting. 2 reds on the bar. Gabby Martinez, 125 kilos. Folks,
275.
You have to call this out. Whenever you see a red on the bar for a female, this is going to be an impressive bench press. We're going to see 2 reds on the bar for Gabby Martinez. Bench press, third attempt. Gabby Martinez, possibly our champion by the end of all of this. The one everyone had predicted walking away with the dub here.
She is on pace for the total national record if she does hit this. Again, this is 125 kilo.
Oh, tough off the chest.
And I don't know if you saw what I saw, but once she got off the chest there, elbows immediately started to flare.
Oh, interesting.
And so when you have that elbow flare, you start to lose a lot of that tension in your back, essentially. A lot of the muscles that are going to help you push that weight up.
Yeah. Yeah, now, honestly, that kind of starts to set up the story of the meet for Gabby Martinez. Missing her third attempt twice.
That total that I just talked about might be a little bit tougher to reach.
It would be. She would have to pull something pretty crazy here.
Now, Jen Thompson. This looks like an American record attempt for Miss Jen Thompson. 146.5 kilos.
What? This is a 0.5 kilo jump from what she did at the Arnold. Folks, Jen Thompson trying to make history yet again. Tell me if you've heard this story again before, Nick.
We hear it every year.
I know.
I'm not tired of hearing it, though.
Jen Thompson, a 50-year-old lifter, breaking her own record that she broke earlier this year at the Arnold Classic. 146.5 kilos. 0.5 kilo jump here.
We've got
Jen
the crowd
Thompson.
Standing, shouting. It is electric in here,
The
folks.
cameras are out, guys. Everyone is standing up, holding their cameras out. Bench press third attempt here for Jen Thompson.
Can she finish?
Give it
Can
to
she
me.
finish?
Fight!
No way.
The fight!
No way.
See the call.
Judges, come on. Come on, judges. 2-1.
Gotta take that. Gotta take it back. Gotta take it to the judges.
Go to the jury right now.
Gotta go to the jury. And we're hearing a lot of
we hear
boos.
boos from the crowd.
Boos from the crowd.
Oh my goodness.
This feels like And hey, you know what, guys? You know what? This is a sport just like any other. You can have some people that disagree with the judges.
How many times have you agreed with the flag on the play?
That's right. Not
every Ravens game.
I mean,
Come on now.
Well, I mean, of course, I'm a Steeler fan, so I mean, I'm always going to say that. But it's one of those things where when you see it and you see the reaction from the crowd, it's really cool because obviously, like, in a lot of ways, you're used to it on like the major four sports.
Absolutely.
But then something like USA Powerlifting, we got it over here. I mean, the crowd is animated. Everyone's really excited. Obviously, Jen Thompson has a ton of fans out here. We're really, really excited to have her here, and it was a very valiant effort here for Jen Thompson.
Moving on to our lads here, we've got Angelo Fortino opening us up for our second flight. It's going to be 160 kilo, 3 white lights for him.
And just an update for everybody, that lift for Jen Thompson was not able to get changed. So that would put Jen Thompson at a 3 for 6 day. Not uncommon, though, by the way, Nick, when you see at a very high level meet is some lifters you will see kind of like, hey, I'm trying to risk it. I'm trying to get for as much as I can. So you're going to see a little bit more red sometimes at these meets.
And there's a lot more strategy involved at this level, too. You know, a lot of coaches are going to be jockeying to get their lifters a better position for, overall on the day, maybe going into a separate lift. And so you're going to see, like you said, a little bit more missed lifts on the lifting cast there. But that's part of the game.
It is indeed.
Eric Lapointe.
All right. See the call.
That's going to be a 2-1 no lift there for Eric. What did you see there, Leo?
I'm curious. I'd like to see the replay just to confirm because I saw the yellow card infraction. And as a referee, I can definitely tell you, yellow card infraction in that regard could have been maybe he jumped the command. Possibly the feet could have shuffled. It could have been a heave. We're not entirely certain, so in a lot of ways it could have been a few things. Now, what was interesting about it was that the chief referee still gave him a white light.
Yes. And so that must mean our side judges saw something that we couldn't from that angle.
Right, and that's what lends me to believe is possibly the butt coming up off the bench, too.
Zachary DiCostanzo, excuse me, Zach. 165 kilo. A lot of torque on the wrist there.
Oh. All
2-1. That's a good lift there for Zach.
And I'm curious what that was. Now, it looks like he was motioning.
I'm also curious as to what that was.
He was motioning something, and it could have been. He was inverting his hands there a bit. We're not sure what the call was.
It might have been a soft lockout.
Good. That's right.
It might have been a soft lockout because when you have your wrist, like you said earlier.
Now, the soft lockout, though, that's usually a blue.
Oh, do they throw yellows?
They threw a yellow.
Interesting.
Side ref, yeah. That's right. So not sure what that one was. Here comes Justin Osano, opening at 170 keys on the bar. I see Joanne Craig, one of our cat referees, talking to Saber Schnitzer, our other side referee.
They've changed the music a little bit, folks. I don't know if you can hear it. It's getting a little rough and rowdy in here.
Well, I mean, you need it for bench press. Oh, yes. Justin did not need it there.
I want to be able to make 170 move at some point as well as that.
Oh, yeah. We all do. 3 white lights there for Justin Osano.
Joe Borenstein's going to come right behind. He's going to take the exact same weight. Gets the bars loaded from our technical controller there. Yeah, so there's one or two ways that, multiple ways that lifters could get to the national stage, and one of those is the regional series. And so one thing we've started back this year, we've got the USAPL regional championships. We got 8 regions, actually: Northwest, Southwest, Central, South, Midwest, Southeast, Mid-Atlantic, and Northeast. At these meets, American records can be set, and let's say you place in the top 3 of any of that, you get an added 50-kilogram handicap onto your total to qualify you for nationals.
My goodness. Absolute smoke there from Joe Borenstein. 3 white lights. Smokes that opener at 170 keys.
Mark Frizzell also going 170 kilo.
Oh, hi, Mark. 170 keys on the bar there for Mark Frizzell.
And we saw Mark give a little bit of a couple words to our head spotter there, letting him know exactly how he wants that liftoff to be. Again, seeing a lot of torque in the wrists there from Mark Frizzell.
That flat back bench press, patented Mark Frizzell. 3 white lights there. And again, close grip, master grip, if you will. Mark Frizzell.
An aristocrat.
Yes, that's right. A man of culture. Mark Frizzell.
Lucky Lifts, craftsmanship product. One of many on the primetime stage, 172.5 kilograms.
What a reception by our crowd.
The crowd loves them some Lucky Lifts.
They do. A lot of fans out there for Lucky.
One of the first sponsored 2 white lights lifters.
Also sponsored by Stoic as well. Something really exciting too about Lucky is one of those lifters who doesn't use a lot of gear on the bench press or the deadlift. You don't see any wrist wraps, you don't see any belts.
He didn't use a wrist wrap for squats either, and that's a common thing you see at the younger level.
Great attempt there by Lucky Lifts. 3 white lights. 172.5 keys on the bar there for him.
Anas Ambar, they're going to add 2.5 kilograms onto that 175 kilograms. Anas Ambar comes with a lot of energy up to the platform. Literally, he is running onto the bench.
That's right. I'm pretty sure a lot of people saw the meme last year after he hit that bench press. I know I did. It was phenomenal. It was either at Megadats or it was at the Arnold. Yeah. Yeah, he had a lot of fun earlier today at the primetime photo and video session too. So Anas Anbar, a really fun lifter, really fun guy in general. If you guys ever get to talk to him, 175 keys on the bar, very great bench presser in his own right.
Explosive off the chest. It's going to be 3 white lights for Anas. Look who it is, folks.
Wow, Jamar.
182.5 kilograms. Jamar has never opened higher than this, folks. 402 pounds.
Now, a thing that I wanted to call out for Jamar, we didn't have time in the opening segment, was Jamar gets a lot of love for his squat, as he should. A man who is an 800-pound squatter. He doesn't get enough love on how well-rounded of a lifter he is. He is such a good squatter, but not just that. He's actually made a lot of ground on his bench press and his deadlift.
Absolutely. He's like I just say, he's never opened higher than this. This is over 400 pounds, folks.
Oh, yes.
And it looked good. Big leg drive off the chest there.
See the call.
3 white lights.
Jamar Royster, and again, you can't show the guy enough love. I mean, it's truly incredible how well-rounded of a lifter he is. Now, I truly am excited to see him moving forward in the 82.5s. And folks,
we've got the Austin Perkins, the 75 kg. I'm watching people run up to the top rope so they can watch. This is 185 kilograms, 407 pounds.
Hold on, Nick, can you confirm for me? Is that a different singlet?
It is. He's rocking another A7 singlet.
Oh my goodness. What a lovely lift there for our A7 lifter in the full A7 International meet kit. So dope, by the way. That's a great looking kid.
I was going to say, everybody at the SBD tables, or the A7 table.
Now here comes Christopher Perez, 190 kilos on the bar there for Christopher Perez. Chris Perez, again, we talk about well-rounded lifters. He's truly one of them. 190 keys on the bar, bench press opener, and that's why.
Almost no effort, no wrist wraps.
No wrist wraps as well. And again, some people do really like that in terms of knowing that you're truly stacked. Okay, now, folks, now you guys know him, you guys love him. Maybe some people on the internet don't. But Hamstring Poppy himself, the man with the, he used to be formerly known as Kiss My Arch.
He's one of the most controversial benchers.
Now, and the reason why, let's talk a little bit about it, is Sean Noriega, he likes to play with what we would call the fringe of the rules, okay? When you say the bench press, he does do the bench press absolutely within powerlifting rules. But some people might not appreciate it, typically people that don't compete in powerlifting, but when they see it, it's because his arch is possibly the best in all of powerlifting. It's definitely the most famous in all of powerlifting. Now, the reason is the man absolutely gets everything he can out of his mobility. You see it here. Touches that rib. Now let's see the call.
202.5 goes down easy, 2 white lights.
That's all you need there, folks. And again, I actually saw a shocked look by one of the side referees, Saber Schnitzer. Boo-boo on him. He's actually not supposed to show any sort of reaction, so give him some grief there later. Now, Sean Noriega, again, one of the best bench pressers in the history of USA powerlifting, and for that reason, it's you know, I mean, everyone thinks it's like, oh, well, what about like his high arch and all these things? It's just like, well, the thing is, his bench press is so technical, it is so involved that he actually benches on his meet day. Again, another session, 5 hours before. So, if currently it is 10 o'clock.
10:20. We're an hour behind.
Sorry, 10:20 behind. 10:20 right now. He was benching at around 5 o'clock today, getting ready for this session. He actually has to bench very, very frequently to maintain his bench press. Now here comes Eric Lapointe.
Now Eric Lapointe, with that attempt, with that retake of 1.6, that's going to be 3 white lights. He is on his way back up. Looks like that injury didn't do too much for the rest of his other lifts. If he's able to come back and execute from bench and pulls.
Glad that Eric was able to address that and hit it on his second attempts. And again, he missed his opener as well on squats, so We could see possibly a bigger jump on the second attempt. Here comes Angelo Fortino, 165 kilos on the bar, 5 kilo jump for Angelo Fortino. Again, more known for that deadlift, so more than likely just trying to take a safe attempt here.
A safe attempt at 165.
Yes. And you have to call it out. I mean, that for Angelo, that's a safe attempt. 3 white lights. And again, you need to talk about it, though. I mean, Angelo, he's never one of those guys who wants to be known for his deadlift. He knows that he wants to be known as a fully complete lifter. Watching his training, too, I mean, his bench press has started to go up as well. So he also needs to get some love, show him his flowers a little bit on his bench press, because it has been going up.
You don't get that close to the podium on just one lift.
That's right. Zach DiCostanzo, 170 keys, 5 kilo jump. See the call.
2-1, just under his all-time, 2.5 kilos under his all-time PR.
Now, something I noticed there, Nick, was I saw a blue card from the chief referee. What do you think he saw there?
Soft elbows, from my perspective. So once you get that start command, your elbows have to be completely locked. And so maybe that judge saw a little bit of a bend in one or both of those elbows.
So, and it could have been either at the start or the end. So for context, folks, if you're the chief referee, you can actually not give the start command if you don't want to, but if both of your side referees give their down commands, you have to start it. But you also need to acknowledge that you see what you see, meaning he didn't see the elbows locked out. He still had to give the start command. He gave the start command and then threw a blue card, red light. Justin Osano at 180 keys. This is a 10 kilo. This is a pretty big jump here for bench press. Now that opener moved well. Let's see this one. Very good second attempt call there.
Just smooth. Slower, but very smooth still out of the way. The one thing you want to look for, especially when you're seeing these second and third attempt benches, you don't want them to slow down midway. You don't want them to see that sticking point. We talk often a lot about a sticking point.
Okay, I see the call. Apparently his butt went up according to the right side referee. Very slightly.
Spotters and loaders get a break for Alex Luckow, 180 kilos, same thing. We see him let that head spotter know exactly how he wants that lift off.
8th place finisher last year at Meganats.
A glow up? I think so.
Truly. Truly. And again, love watching Lucky lift. I mean, we talked about it earlier. He's one of the guys, you don't see a ton of gear. You don't see the wrist wraps or anything on bench press. You don't see a belt on deadlift.
As raw can be.
Truly. Oh, yes. See the call.
That's a beautiful lift there for Alex Luckow. Got off the bench a little bit gingerly. I wonder if he maybe felt a little bit of back tightness coming off there.
Yeah, he looks like he's stretching a little bit walking off the platform. And that's not uncommon there, Nick, is sometimes, like, if there's a water cut involved, some cramping later in the day. This is as late, I guarantee you, as any of these lifters have ever lifted.
Absolutely. And this, I mean, I don't know of many other lifters that have squatted past 10 p.m.
Right. Okay, very interesting. I saw a replace command. Could have been a few things. Could have been the elbows weren't locked out. That was something that I noticed earlier.
It looked like his elbows might have just started bending just a wee bit there.
And yeah, and obviously, Nick, sometimes when it comes down to restarting that lift, it's kind of it's tough on the mind to try to like restart it again and get back into that groove. And you also have a minute, so it's like, you know, you already held the bar for at least like 2 or 3 seconds, then you had to replace, then you had to kind of orient yourself again. It's a tough ask, especially when you start entering that second, third attempt territory.
It really is. It's tough to put yourself back into that mindset, take yourself out, and then put yourself right back in. Now here comes Joe Borenstein. He's going to take 182.5, 402 pounds.
Joe Borenstein having a great day so far, as expected. I mean, Joe Borenstein is such a great pedigree, but this is a huge jump for his bench press.
And to have such a pedigree at such a young age.
Wow. 3 white lights. Joe Borenstein taking a 12.5 kilo jump, smokes his opener, smokes his second. I mean, we're going to see something in the 190s. We have to.
I would honestly put 190 on the dot on there for Joe Borenstein. I think that'd be an excellent call. Maybe even 192.
I was going to say 192. I think he's got it. With now,
you got to think, how much does he want to put for deads though?
190. You're right. Yeah, 190 safe. 190 is a good call.
Because Joe, like you said, Joe has a phenomenal chance.
You got to hit 3.
That's right.
You have to hit 3 bench presses. If you're Joe Borenstein, you really want to walk away with a win here, or at least a win for him would at least being second. Yep, 190. Good call by my colleague here, Nick Stevens. 185 kilos on the bar here for Jamar. 2.5 kilo jump.
And so oftentimes, at the national level, it's super important that it's super important to note that a lot of these lifters come from excellent training backgrounds. They come from excellent coaching. And a lot of times a lifter's performance at a meet will depend on, how well that coach is able to keep them in a certain mindset, how well they're able to make those play calls based on how well they know their lifter.
That's right. And a lot of these guys and girls, they come from athletic backgrounds, so they know what it means to be coached. Here comes Anas on bar, 187.5 kilos. Guys, these are massive bench press for our 75 kilo lifters. This is huge. We're in the 400-pound territory.
I don't bench that. And I'm twice their size.
A lot of people don't bench that. In your defense.
Thank you.
In your
Appreciate
defense,
that.
a lot of people do not bench that, frankly. Anas on bar, 187.5 kilos on the bar here for Anas.
I'm a big fan of his setup, too. He's really pushing his lats and his shoulders and tucking those scapulas as far as he can, making that touch point as high as possible.
See the call.
Ooh, we saw a little bit of a wobble on that right arm. That's going to be a no lift.
Good call by my colleague there. Yeah, you saw it. You saw the blue card infraction, a little bit of that up and down. Yeah, there was that up and down. Now, here comes the stud, Austin Perkins, 195 kilos. He is definitely starting to build towards that mystical 838 kilo total.
He's only 17 kilo below at this point, and it's second attempt benches.
And Nick, we always talk about, well, okay, what's the story of the meet? It's right here. It's being written
Austin
right now.
Perkins is the story of this meet.
Also another a wrapless lifter. 2 white lights. Okay, curious. Looks like the butt. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like an infraction. The butt came up off by our side referee, Saber Schnitzer. So yeah, absolutely. Here comes Chris Perez, 197 kilos on the bar here. Chris Perez, again, a very, very well-rounded lifter. Wouldn't be shocked if he goes beyond the 200 kilo mark if he gets this one here.
I think he might have a decent shot at making the podium today.
Yeah, I mean, if not else, who knows? A little more than that. My goodness, smokes that one. We're definitely going to see something closer to 205. I would think 205. 205 is a good one. 202 at minimum.
Yes.
Now, guys, we are looking at Sean Noriega. Nick, what do we got on the bar?
212 kilograms. This will be an American record attempt. This will be just 2 kilograms over Kyle De Leon's American record that he hit just previous this year.
And again, have to call it out. Kyle De Leon, a phenomenal 82.5 kilo lifter based out of Texas. One of the best in the game, truly. He is not here, so he will not be able to defend his record if Sean is able to take this here.
And I believe he broke that record at the TBS primetime.
That's right.
Texas Barbell Syndicate.
All right, Sean Noriega, record attempt, 212. So curious what is happening here. I don't see the clock going on the lifting cast. Nick, do you? Okay,
it looks like
now.
it's starting now.
Okay.
So we got the bars loaded. Looks like there's a small delay there in the lifting cast and the timer starting.
Okay, and again, we talked about reorienting yourself in a very short amount of time, Nick.
That's energy he just spent.
Yes, that's right. I'm curious what could happen.
And for Sean, very high technical bencher.
Doesn't matter.
Now, this is what national level athletes do. They execute, ladies and gentlemen. That is a new American record for Sean Noriega after a replace. 212 kilos.
White lights. Do not doubt the heart of Sean Noriega, folks. Now, folks, you know him. You love him. Let us know what you think about that lift by Sean Noriega. Shoot us a DM there on USA Powerlifting. Use that link that we provided for you. Let us know what you think about that American record for Sean Noriega.
Did you love it? Did you hate it? What are your hot takes? Let us know. Moving on to our third attempt benches. Eric Lapointe.
Unbelievable stuff we're seeing here, guys, from our 75 and 82.5 kilo lifters. Here comes our former 75 kilo lifter back on the mend, Mr. Eric Lapointe. Oh, yes. Eric Lapointe landing the plane on that third attempt. And we talked about Kyle De Leon in the 82s. Nick, I mean, is there anywhere else he could kind of come back maybe and try to retake that record?
Thinking of a place in Ohio.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
The Arnold Sports Festival.
That's right. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, absolutely.
He might be able to answer back and take that record
That's
right
back. Make sure you guys stay tuned. Early March. Always fun to have everybody out there in C-Pod.
Put an overlay up.
Here comes Angelo Fortino. Bench press, third attempt. And again, for Angelo, he has to hit 3 bench presses if he wants to stay competitive here. It's a safe call. Tough.
Not able to find that juice off the chest there.
And for Angelo, again, that's going to make the path to the podium a little bit tougher because that's just extra kilos he has to add onto his deadlift.
That's right. And now Angelo, he's known for taking big deadlifts. He's able to grind them out, but we don't want to add too much more onto that total. Add too much more onto what we need to.
That's right. But again, Angelo is very well traveled when it comes to all these elite meets. So for him, it's like the bright lights really does not affect him.
All right, Zach DiCostanzo, 172.5 kilo. Sincere powerlifting. Let's see what the judges say on that one. Enter Jeopardy theme song, waiting for the lights. 2 white lights. That is a good lift there for Zach DiCostanzo.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like they were messaging, or our side referee let him know. Butt came up a little bit, but again, 2 white lights.
Yep. Zach DiCostanzo currently 4 for 6 on the day.
Now, here comes Mark Frizzell, the Tidewater region product. Mark Frizzell, training out of Iron Asylum, lovely gym out there in Norfolk, Virginia. Missed that second attempt. Let's see what happens.
Oh, can he find his way? Fortunately, that right elbow got a little bit too bowed out there.
Yeah, tough attempt there for Mark.
And so Mark will finish up. He's currently 3 for 6. Currently 3 for 6.
Not every day is going to be the perfect meet day. I mean, we always talk about the
rarely ever do people have perfect meet days.
Of course. I mean, and the thing is like you're talking about that kind of like the last night, if anyone was watching the primetime session, was we talked about Daniel Clements and having that super meet. It was like, well, look, if you compete in this sport long enough, you'll run into that super meet, but it's because they were peppered in a lot of kind of meh. There was like, it was a good day. It was like, oh, it was predictable. But then every once in a while, you're going to kind of have that one that was just, man, there was nothing there. And you always try to tell the lifters, like, hey, if the meet could have been on Friday, if it could have been on Sunday, it just happened to be on Saturday in most cases.
Yep.
Here comes Lucky.
402 pounds. Beautiful third attempt there.
Very good call there by the coach, Marcellus Williams.
He said, come on, give him a little bit of weight there. Come on.
3 white lights. And the thing is, for Lucky, we talk about having a good squat and a good deadlift, especially having a good deadlift. I mean, we're talking about Lucky, who's going to be opening at a 300-kilo deadlift. It's so important, folks, for you guys watching at home. If you are one of those deadlift specialists, if you will, the bench press just means that you need to hit all three. It doesn't need to be some crazy thing, but that third attempt does not need to be RPE 9999999.
That's
right.
And
it needs to be something you can hit. That's all that matters.
That's right. And deadlifts are, kind of alluding to kind of maybe some of the action we're going to see later on. Deadlifts are the only lifts where you can actively change attempts.
That's right.
Especially once you get into thirds. So
that's right.
With bench, it's, like you said, even more crucial to be able to execute as well as you can and inch out every single kilo.
That's right. Now here comes Justin Osano, 185 kilos on the bar here for Justin. Bench press third attempt. Seeing a little bit of shaking here.
Waiting for that start command from the ref.
He's
Looks like he's going to... Oh, gets that start command.
All right, Nick. So
it's going to be a no lift there for Justin.
So a lot of stuff happened there. The first thing I saw initially was obviously a lot of shaking. That start command took forever to get. He's holding his bench press third attempt. Imagine doing a static hold, waiting to get that start command. He was already shaking as soon as it came out of the rack. The odds of him being able to get it without just getting a replace command, it was very high. So it's unfortunate that
he was sitting there for probably 10, 15 seconds. No, probably 5 to 10 seconds.
Which is forever. That feels like an hour with your bench press third attempt in your hands.
And for a high-tech bencher like Justin, I mean, that's so much energy you're losing.
Too much, truly. That was tough. 187 keys on the bar here for Jamar.
This will be up with the 2.5 kilo jumps across the way.
That's right. This would be another record attempt, a personal record attempt, I believe, for Jamar Royster. 187.5 kilos.
A little shaky on the arms there, like we saw with Justin. Excellent attempt there. He's able to lock it out.
See the call.
What do our judges say? 3 white lights. He'll finish out clean as a whistle on bench press. Currently 6 for 6 on the day.
Folks, Joe Borenstein, 190 kilos on the bar. And we talk about athletes who are twisting a gem, kind of like a pitcher twisting a gem in a baseball game. He is truly having a great beat. I mean, we talked about making that safe call. Could he hit 192 for how fast the last one moved? I truly do believe it. But he's a guy who also has a massive deadlift. So you want to take what's there. Make sure you get that 3 for 3 bench.
Absolutely.
190 keys on the bar here for Joe Borenstein.
The execution is there, ladies and gentlemen.
See the call.
3 white lights, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Borenstein continues his beautiful day. Saves so much energy into his deadlift. Now Nas Ambar, 190 kilos are loaded up for him on his third attempt bench. This is the second time this meet that he's missed his second and gone up for his third.
And just like Austin Powers, Danger is his middle name.
Groovy, baby. Here we go, Anas Ambar.
190 keys on the bar here for Anas Ambar. Anas, phenomenal bench press here for a 75-kilo lifter. Third place last year at Mega Nats in the 75s.
And I love Anas's setup here. I just love how hard he scoots.
The leg drive. Oh, yes. See the call.
I want to know
Give me the dance.
Anas is able to do it.
Give me the dance. Give me the dance. Clip that one. Clip that one off.
Keep getting away with this.
He can't keep getting away with this.
He cannot keep getting away with this.
He can't keep getting away with this. My man Anas Anwar, incredible gutsy stuff from there. One of my favorite lifters to watch, truly. And another one of our favorite lifters to watch, Austin Perkins.
This is going to be a 5 kilo PR for him.
Slowly making his way to history. 200 kilos on the bar. Bench press, third attempt.
My goodness. Today was like many other, look at him.
Hit him with it. Can we make that a USA Powerlifting statue?
Honestly, that was...
You might.
That screen cap right there might have been the pose. That's honestly the new logo.
Yes, please. You know we had Jerry West in the NBA? Can we put Austin Perkins as the logo? That would just be absolutely perfect.
Red, Perkins silhouette, blue.
That's right. A7, feel free to use that. Chris Perez, 202.5 kilos. Incredible stuff here from our 82.5 kilo lifters. Bench press, third attempt.
Clean bench press for Chris Perez.
See the call.
3 white lights. That puts him in a beautiful position, jockeying for position going into pulls.
Oh, wow.
Now, Sean Noriega electing to go up 217 kilo. Looking to maintain that record, still trying to chip it. Now, remember that previous attempt, Sean Noriega had to have a little bit of a replace there, but that wasn't on him. That was a technical issue here, so hopefully this time around there won't be any such issue.
Really trying to break his own record here.
Another replace command there for Sean Noriega. Very interesting to see there. We see some boos from the crowd.
Crowd does not like it.
He is going to...
Steve is getting it. Looks like Steve is getting into it a little bit with Joanne Craig, one of our jury members. Curious what's happening. Maybe they're just scrapping this one. Now, very interesting. There's a very negative reaction we saw from the crowd there. Nick, a lot of boos raining out from the crowd. Nick, tell me how you feel about it.
Well, hold on. It looks like... I kind of agree with them. These people, all of us are out here trying to watch a show, and without any good reason, you don't get to see the show.
Yeah, I'm very much on that side as well there, Nick. I'm personally a very huge fan of Sean Noriega, so to not get a chance to see him do his lift, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I really do hope that they give him a chance. Maybe they're just giving him maybe there was something technical we didn't see. We're not sure. It looks like there's a bit of a delay. His name is still up on the lifting cast. It is still up on our screens. Not going to pretend to know what's going on directly right now, Nick, but I'm curious. Do we think that maybe there was another issue technically? Do we think that maybe there was an issue on the rack? Was it an issue maybe on the handoff? We don't know.
I want to say from our perspective, I didn't see anything with Sean the lifter, with any bit of his technique. I saw no issues. Elbows were locked from my standpoint.
Yeah.
Feet were on the bench, butt was on the bench. Everything was good. So the only thing that I could even bother to speculate about would have to be technical. Like you said, we still, now we see the clock reset, but Sean Noriega's name is still on the screen.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like he is...
Looks like he's suiting up. The crowd's happy they're going to give him another lift, it seems.
Yeah, okay, so that looks like the standard call then would be to give him a few extra minutes at the end of the lift because he is at the end of the flight.
Yeah.
That's right. So we are going to have some built-in downtime. Now, having said that, Nick, let's talk a little bit about what we've seen so far in the meet. Let's talk a little bit initially then about his other 82.5 kilo lifters.
Absolutely, yes. Austin Perkins, not Austin Perkins, he's 75.
Well, he might as well be an 82 with the numbers he's putting up, right?
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, sheesh.
Well, I want to make a point here. Alex Luckow in the 82s, he's having a phenomenal day thus far. And for as iffy as a day as Sean Noriega and Angelo Fortino are both having, both heavy favorites for many people to be in the top two, that puts him and Chris Perez both in a great position to swipe any of those places from underneath.
And we talked about it already, guys, is like Chris Perez has already kind of solidified himself as the guy who could potentially dethrone everybody here in the 82.5 kilo class. So if we're talking about where things are starting to edge out is, folks, follow along on the Lifting Cast on liftingcast.com. Make sure you guys go to the USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 2 and follow us along, because the numbers that you're seeing on the projected numbers based off of their deadlift openers, obviously things could kind of change as the meet goes on. We always talk about what's the story of the meet, what's going to happen after bench press, what's going to happen after openers on deadlift. Now, Chris Perez is starting to kind of set himself up to potentially be the guy that we could have been. It was just like, hey, he could end up sneaking in there and maybe upsetting a lot of people behind him. Now, one thing that I did want to call out was in the 82s, we saw Angelo miss that third attempt.
Yes.
It's going to be tough because for Angelo, it also means that you got to add that 5 kilos now onto his deadlift. Does it kind of put things out of reach for him to potentially even win it all?
And now you think about Angelo Fortino, I mean, he is the deadlift specialist.
Yes.
And so adding an extra 2.5 kilos onto that might not be that much of an extra tax on him. However, one thing that's not often talked about is the mental piece of all of this.
Right.
Missing your third attempt bench. And now, as a professional level lifter on this level stage, there might not be as big of a mental aspect, but coming off of that missed bench would definitely have an effect, at least in the approach.
That's right. That's right. Now, and also, not to be outdone, I know we talked a little bit about some of our other lifters, and now currently, thank you so much to our White Lights media team, showing all the people at home how much time Sean has now to get ready for his third attempt.
That's right. I did mention this just a little bit earlier. I spoke a little bit out of turn, but in this instance now, like we said, Sean was the last lifter, and he does have to, follow himself as the last lifter, and so he is allowed 3 minutes of optional rest. He can go at any point within those 3 minutes, but he is granted 3 minutes of rest before he needs to take his attempt again.
That's right, Nick. And as a coach, what would you do in this situation? Are you trying to make sure that he's calm? Are you trying to hype him back up? I mean, for a lot of people, that's like, hey, you're trying to bring him up, you're trying to bring him back down, you're trying to bring him back up. I mean, that's really tough to do in a span of just 3 minutes. I mean, assuming that he's going to be able to kind of get that hype to go back again. I mean, we're talking about him breaking his own record again. I mean,
he threw the headphones. Y'all are seeing Sean Noriega on the screen. Oh, the crowd is up now, ladies and gentlemen.
Our White Lights media team doing a great job catching the angle. For you guys watching at home, no one is sitting down right now. There is a lot of people here. Let's go, Sean.
The crowd is ready to see what they want to see. This is a spectacle, ladies and gentlemen. This is a professional sporting event.
Chance of let's go, Sean, in the crowd. Sean Noriega, bench press third attempt.
This is going to mean everything for him. Gets it on the rib. Big press. Oh, my
Sean
goodness.
Noriega, let's see the call.
I don't mean to yell, ladies and gentlemen, but that was absolutely insane. To come back from that, the Oracle behind him. They're going to give him 2 to 1.
Lights.
That's a good lift, ladies and gentlemen.
He says let's go. We say let's go. Unbelievable stuff. Sean Noriega, one of the most gutsy things I've ever seen on a national stage. Let's see the replay. Soft touch right off the rib.
Emphatic, big celebration from the Oracle.
Incredible stuff. I mean, Nick, what an unbelievable thing. And you never see this. We're already seeing the breakdown of some of our standings right now. Talk to us a little bit about it, Nick.
We got Austin Perkins up front. I mean, to be ahead of Jamar Royster by 1 dot point, a singular dot point. Then we got Sean Noriega coming right behind with that beautiful bench. Chris Perez, Alex Luckow, Angelo Fortino, Joe Bornstein, Justin Asano, Anas Ambar, Zachary DiCostanzo. We've got a beautiful top 10 right here.
I mean, this has been living up to everything we thought about here, Nick. I mean, all of the bench presses that we've seen here, we're starting to kind of see that meet put together. The story is starting to be written. I mean, you're talking about seeing something that we've never seen before. Jen Thompson coming out here, hitting the flex, as she does so well every time. Blowing a kiss to all of her fans. The A7 International
That's the classic Jen Thompson flex.
You got to hit it. You got to hit it. Now let's talk a little bit about how our Flight A lifters looked here tonight. Nick.
That's right. We've got Cassandra Carlton, Gabby Martinez, Mandy Ogo, Laisha Garner, Jackie Malater, Evie Lambes, Carmen Hood, Jen Thompson, Solana Lewis, Maria Chacon.
That's right. Yeah, unbelievable stuff we saw here. Now, Nick, really quickly, let's just briefly talk about some of the highlights for our bench press. Who did you see on the female side that stuck out to you?
I mean, definitely Cassie Carlton. I mean, it comes down to especially bench how well you're able to execute and how well you're able to get each of those attempts. And so, Cassie Carlton obviously is up there for me. I got to give it to Jen Thompson for that attempt.
Yes.
You got to give it to Jen Thompson.
Yeah.
I mean, to be able to
146.5. I mean, breaking her own record by 0.5 kilos earlier this year. And again, you can't call this stuff out enough. Is like 0.5 kilos on the bar. Like, that is incredible to do and to continue to do over time. I mean, it can't be said enough. Jen Thompson is a consummate professional. Now,
Absolutely.
folks, we got a special treat for you here. Our buddy, our guy, Mr. Hamstring Poppy himself, Stud.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Joining us fresh off of one of the coolest things we've ever seen in all of powerlifting. Sean, tell us a little bit about, one, what happened there, and two, how you were able to get right back in the moment and then land the plane on one of the coolest bench press attempts of all time.
Yeah, so second attempt, I had to replace the bar because the right side judge was not giving the head judge a start command. For people listening, both side judges have to give the go-ahead because she said my fingers were not all the way around the bar. Ring was covered, but said fingers weren't all the way around. Replaced it, retook it, moved a little shaky. But that's not a rule. That's not a rule. So we went to the jury. They notified the ref, I guess not in time. So the third attempt, same thing happened. Rings were covered, but hands were not all the way around the bar. So I had to replace it. But because the jury acknowledged it wasn't a rule, they gave me 4 minutes on the clock. And it's tough, it's tough like trying to decide between, okay, I need the time to regroup, but also don't want to get cold. But luckily, this prep, I was more than ready to press 220 to 225 today. Honestly, bench has been the best it's ever been. I've taken 485 for countless singles. I've done it for a double in training. I did everything this prep to ensure that worst case scenario I could bench in that 220 range. And, had the second attempt gone as I planned, we would have gone for around that on the third, but just had to take what was there, and I'm happy that I got it.
Absolutely. So, Sean, now that you've landed the plane on bench press, looking forward towards deadlift, it seems like you got the juice today. Tell us a little bit about, do you feel like you've got some good momentum now going into deadlift?
Yeah, absolutely. Deadlift is kind of the lift, on meet day that I always feel ready for, both mentally and physically. It's just usually the easiest lift for me to execute. So yeah, we just got to make lifts, man.
My man.
We got to make lifts.
Well, guess what? You know what? You guys just put on an absolute shoe. You and Steve, we don't want to take any more of your time. You need to go recover. You need to go rest up a little bit. Put on the show again. Thank you so much for joining us, my man.
I appreciate you guys for having me.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again. Folks, there he was. Sean Noriega, easily one of the best bench pressers of all time, killing it here at USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. We are going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to bring it right back. And folks, the meet don't start until the bar hits the floor.
That's right.
Deadlift's coming up next year, USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals 2023.
See you soon.
manufactured exclusively in Great Britain at SBD's state-of-the-art facility, these new 7mm powerlifting knee sleeves have been designed for competitive powerlifters that need the maximum possible support from their sleeves. An innovative new high-grade neoprene offers enhanced second skin compression that molds to the joint all the way through the range of motion. No gapping during flexion means that the knee joint is supported consistently all the way through the lift, helping lifters maintain form and bar speed as they approach maximal attempts. Heavyweight linings, edging and seams, and abrasion-resistant outers that are designed to withstand even the most aggressive fitting make the 7mm knee sleeve the most robust sleeves in SBD's product portfolio. Engineered in Great Britain to SBD's exacting standards, each sleeve is carefully scrutinized by a team of highly trained quality control personnel and comes as standard with SBD's antimicrobial technology and a 1-year warranty.
Get access to world-class coaching in real time from anywhere. Whether in a small group setting or one-on-one, our coaches are in your ear during your training sessions, watching every rep and correcting every mistake.
The deadlift is a simple and pure feat of strength. Once the bar is loaded, lifters have 60 seconds to begin the lift. There are no start commands and you can begin whenever you like. The lifter has to stand up with the bar with their knees locked, hips at full extension, and their shoulders back. Once they do, they'll get a down command and can guide the bar back down to the floor. Easy peasy. There are two deadlift styles. In a conventional deadlift, lifters grip the bar outside of their legs, or they grip the bar in between their legs with a wider stance called a sumo deadlift. Each of 3 referees can give a red or a white light, and lifters need any 2 out of 3 white lights or better for a successful lift. There's a few reasons for a missed lift. It's a red card if they didn't stand all the way up with their shoulders back, or if they didn't lock their knees at the finish of the lift. It's a blue card if there is downward movement in the hold of the bar on their way up, or if they support the bar on their thighs to lever the bar up to lockout, sometimes called hitching or ramping. And it's a yellow card if they lower the bar before receiving the down command, or if they release or slam the bar to the floor, or if they lose balance and take a step by accident. Those are the rules of the deadlift.
She's going to go to the limit.
But he said she's going to get real close.
I mean, I think this is going to be the heavy favorite for both of us.
I have been looking forward to this one since the second I landed.
He is currently the top runner for that pro card. He is in provisional second place.
It's going to be a fantastic day of lifting. I can't wait to see it.
Such a gutsy pull. That's a finish. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! He is about to break through the wall.
Show me something.
2 white lights.
Incredible.
Oh, you have never seen a hype like this, folks. Yeah, this is it, folks. This is it.
Hello and welcome everyone back to the 2023 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. This is our day 2 session. Our 67.5 kilo women, our 75 kilo men, our 82.5 kilo men. Nick, what do you think of all of the lifting you've seen so far?
It's been one of the best days of lifting I've ever seen. I mean, not just, and you look at the lifting cats, you see a good bit of red on the screen there.
Yeah.
A good meet and a good competition is not always defined by the good lifts.
That's right.
You know, the bad lifts are just as much of the competition because the bad lifts define the story.
That's right. And here we are writing the story. Jen Thompson.
All right, here we go. All right, we've got Bella Johnson. She's got 165 kilos loaded up for her first attempt deadlift.
Good attempt there by Jen Thompson.
Very slow, methodical setup here. And now, that's another thing I like to watch, especially when we're seeing, you know, lifters on the national stage. I like to see the setups.
You do, and we always talk about it, though, Nick, is the idea of success leaves clues, right? Is kind of watching different lifters. I always tell younger lifters, like, hey, if you're going to try to learn any one of the lifts, look at lifters that are kind of built like you, right? Like if you have longer femurs, if you have shorter femurs, if you're a heavier lifter, if you're a lighter lifter, like try to look at somebody on the national level and try to identify the different body types and see who kind of looks a little bit more like you. And if they're having success, always give it a shot. Always try something.
Absolutely. If it's working, there's who's saying it's not going to work for you if you don't try.
That's right.
Carmen Hu taking 177.5.
Conventional stance.
Of peace. You got to finish the sentence. Conventional stance of peace.
Conventional stance of peace. Shout out. Absolutely. 3 white lights. And again, Nick, we mentioned the conventional stance. I mean, what is the difference between a conventional versus a sumo?
So, sumo stance, the hands are going to be inside the feet. Or hands are going to be inside the legs, excuse me. Feet are going to be a little bit wider out, oftentimes closer to the weights. And then conventional, hands are going to be outside the legs. So legs are going to be closer, knees are going to be closer together. So Miss Laisha Gardner here, she's going sumo stance, fairly wide.
Looks like those feet are outside of the rings.
And oftentimes those sumo lifters, they're able to get that massive external rotation in the hips, so they're able to get super, super close to the bar.
That's right. Now, we talk about, let's see, Laisha Gardner. Let's see the call. All right, good lift.
I was going to say, I didn't have a doubt, but the lights not coming up are kind of...
I know. And again, sometimes that does happen, though.
Yeah,
I mean, the tech sometimes has some issues here and there. But now, Nick, what is the difference in terms of speed off the floor when it comes to the conventional versus the sumo?
Beautiful question, Leo. Oh, goodness. So with sumo lifters, and kind of, you can liken this very similarly to a very high-tech bench.
Right.
With sumo pullers, it's going to be a lot harder to build that momentum off the floor because you don't have as much active motion into the bar, essentially.
Right.
So we look at Jackie.
Oh, and you heard the crowd reaction there. That might be a blue card. Yes.
Even she saw it. She's like, oh, that's
she knew me. Now, and it definitely wasn't speed off the floor, so I'd be shocked if she doesn't go up after that. I think you would say, as a coach, right, Nick, is...
we're going up.
Yeah, we're going up. Yeah, that was just a little tech issue there. Very a la Dan Clements last night.
Yes.
Where he pulls 298 kilos off the bar so fast he actually oscillates.
I was going to say, oftentimes it's just too
happens
late.
to me all the time. I mean, it's so weird. Just so easy to do. 185 kilos on the bar here for Mandy Ogo.
So especially with sumo, I think it's
Very
important to make the
snappy
distinction here. It's important to pull patiently. Not necessarily pull slowly, but pull patiently.
Right, and the thing is in a lot of ways, it's tough to internalize that for different lifters, and it takes a long time for a lot of people to understand what that means and how to actually execute that on the platform. For different people, it means truly just being... by the way, that was incredible. Solana acknowledging all of her fans in the crowd. That was really cool. Solana Lewis here taking a deadlift opener, 187.5 kgs. Had very good progress on her deadlift currently in training. Yep. Textbook opener there for Solana of integrated strength with Brad Couliard. Let's see the call.
I feel like Solana comes to the platform with just that swagger.
Lift is good, and she always does, man.
She comes with just a different
she
kind
always
of
does.
presence, that swagger.
Always coming correct, yeah. I'm telling you, man, Solana Lewis is truly one. I mean, we don't just say this because she's our colleague, but at the same time, like even if you guys have seen her at all the other big meets, the Pro Series meets, or at the Arnold, man, Solana always comes with the energy, especially on her third attempt. So it's really, really exciting. Here comes Cassie Carlton. 187.5 kilos on the bar here for Cassie Carlton.
And now, folks, it is important to note you are allowed to clip your belt on the platform. That is the only piece of equipment you're allowed to adjust.
Very interesting note there, Nick. Oh, yeah. Solid pull. Let's see the call. 3 white lights there for Cassie Carlton. And yeah, I mean, Nick, what is it that the referees are looking for in the deadlift? And what are the calls? What are the commands?
There's only one.
Yep.
Down. So the lifter has full autonomy within their allotted 1 minute to do their fancy setup, whatever it is. As long as they get that down command before that minute is over, then that is a good lift. The biggest thing, in my opinion, now I'm not a ref myself, hope to be within the next couple months, but with deadlift, we want to watch for soft knees and soft shoulders.
Yeah.
Those are going to be two, aside from a full lockout.
Right. And no ramping or anything like that.
Correct.
Let's see. All right. Very, very good moving deadlift there. Let's see the call. 3 white lights.
The socks with the cape.
I love it.
I'm here for that.
Evie Yamba is, I mean, come on now. And when it comes to deadlift, like, you got to bring a little extra juice. I mean, we see Gino, the powerlifting pirate himself. He's bringing the juice now here. He's ready for it. Gino always dressed to the nines, by the way.
Always. I don't know if you saw his fit yesterday, but
I did.
He looked like a honky tonk man. Let me tell you.
He did. No, Gino always comes correct when it comes to all of our events here at USA Powerlifting. We always appreciate his contributions, and it's always an honor to be a lifter and to be announced by Gino. So, very, very fun to have him here. Here comes Maria Rojas Chacon, 192.5 kilos.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all are looking at our forecasted totals here, Cassandra Carlton, 5:02, forecasted 5:12.5. Gabby Martinez only forecasted at 5:10. Only forecasted 5:10. So this means Gabby Martinez, she might be at risk of that top podium spot there.
I mean, we talked about this. We thought it was a foregone conclusion.
It was a unanimous decision.
It was. And
2 white lights made the call. We made the call.
I mean, now, and don't ever doubt this pedigree of Gabby Martinez, though. Let me tell you.
There's a reason she's here.
Oh, yeah. And that's a reason right there. Opening 200 keys on the bar, smoking that one. Good lift. Now, Nick, we're missing some kilos. And interestingly enough, I don't know if you saw that as well. You saw the blanket being thrown out. It is a little bit chillier in the back room. For anyone wondering, a little bit colder in the back room in this warm-up area. So trying to stay warm is going to be a little bit of a fight. It's later in the evening. It's not very common. Tends to be a lot more like lifters in a regular meet kind of thing. A little bit more warm and a little more body heat. Prime time, not a lot of lifters back there. A whole lot of space.
There's 24 lifters.
Yeah, there's almost all of them have a rack to themselves, by the way. It's incredible. Sam Calhoun, looking like she liked that one. Let's see the call.
Super assured on the way up for that one. 3 white lights.
That's right. And that's usually going to be as much emotion as you're going to see at a Sam.
I was surprised. I saw a little bit of a nod there.
Yeah. When it comes to during the lift. Otherwise, she's also very kind of stoic in her approach. But yeah, no, this is a very, very interesting kind of story that's going on here with Cassie. I mean, she's looking at potentially dethroning the champ. Now, again, we don't want to speak too soon because, again, to me, it's always about you bet on pedigree.
Absolutely.
And Gabby Martinez has that pedigree. It's only until you can take her out. And Cassie is truly trying to knock that door down right now.
We're definitely going to have to keep an eye on those placings as we start to see the third attempts roll in.
That's right.
I think we'll definitely see some changes of attempts here.
Oh, yeah, you're going to see some high-level powerlifting here.
Bella Johnson, 3 white lights. Excellent second attempt there. And ladies and gentlemen, if a lot of times our powerlifting meets are defined by our referees. Our referees are volunteers.
Yeah, I'm a referee. I'm a national referee. I mean, I understand that, and a lot of times you're going to have people who may or may not agree with what you're with your judging of things. Now, let me tell you guys, folks, be the change. Join USA Powerlifting and become a referee. Go ahead and check out our link, usapowerlifting.com/state chairs. You can see how you can become certified in your own state and be the change you want to see in drug-free powerlifting.
Absolutely. If you hate them, become them.
That's right. That's right. If you hate them, become them. I love that. Absolutely. Jen Thompson, unfortunately, that one was stable to the floor a little bit. Took a really big jump, 25 keys between her opener and her second attempt. Pretty big jump there. I'd be curious if she tries to retake it. I think
she normally, now there's been a few meets where she hasn't taken her last deadlift.
I wouldn't be shocked if she scraps it because that one did not budge. I think conventional wisdom would tell you just like, hey, let's walk away knowing the next block is still going to be good.
And as we say that, she loads up 190 for a retake.
Well, never mind. Here comes Carmen, who
3 white lights.
Love that one. 190 keys, smokes that one.
And now Elisha Gardner's going to take us 2.5 kilos up from that. Elisha having a phenomenal day thus far, only having missed that last bench.
That's right.
Sitting pretty going into pulls.
And again, folks, we talk about kind of what the lifting cast is going to look like at a highest level. You're going to see a couple of missed lifts, especially when people are trying to go for wins. Oh man, they have jacked up the music out here, folks, for deadlifts, and we love to see it. Shout out Jan Dario right there,
our technical controller for USAPL Raw Nationals 2023.
Jan Dario, he loves himself a party. Good attempt there by Elisha Gardner, or by Laisha Gardner, 192.5.
From there, like you said earlier, we're going up.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, to me, off the floor, everything, it was just that she snapped it so hard that essentially that was, the only issue was that it was too light.
That's right.
And again, that just sounds like Jackie Malater problems, truly.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah.
Sorry for being strong.
Yeah, sounds like a Jackie Malater problem, honestly.
And now Jackie really using as much of that bar space as she can, feet almost touching the plates.
See the call.
2-1. That's still going to be a no lift there for Jackie.
And
just
again,
up and down motion there.
Very, very slight. Let's see it on the replay. It's so slight on the lockout. Watch. Oh. And again, and this is me just curious. Yeah. Okay. So her coach is going to the jury.
Now, when you're looking for downward motion, are you looking for any part of the body, or are you looking at the bar?
We're actually, I'm looking at the bar always, okay? I will say, personally, I would think that one could actually get overturned and be a good lift, from what I saw. We'll have to see kind of what the jury says there.
We saw the hips, do that little bit of a back shoot there, but the bar stayed in
tough
place.
And tough to change now currently as, okay, let's see. Sorry, Cassie also having a great meet.
Cassie Carlton, ladies and gentlemen. 500 kilo total.
Wow. Cassie Carlton. Guys, remember the name.
You might as well write that name down, take a picture, because she's right on the heels of Gabby Martinez, folks. This is going to be a hot race.
Wow.
And it looks like Jackie's attempt did not get overturned, so they're going to go up again to 12.5 kilo.
And again, I think that that's still safe. I do. All right, Mandy will go. 197.5 kilos there. Let's see the call. 3 white lights. Now, Nick, let's talk a little bit about Jackie's lift. This is a bit different for a lot of people who would see, let's say, a typical two lifts that failed. Those do not look like lifts that you would otherwise see missed. Well, I mean, to say they moved like lifts you wouldn't typically say like would
have been a no lift.
Right. So to see that and then see 2 missed lifts, it's like there's context missing there. If you're only going off of the lifting cast and you're not actually watching the stream, it's very interesting to see like, wow, Jackie Malater missing those 2. And like, yeah, but if you saw them, it's different.
Exactly.
It's different, and I totally understand where she's going with it. Now she is taking a very big jump though, Jackie Malater, and we'll talk about it in a second here after Evie Yambez, 200 kilos on the bar there for Evie.
The Wonder Woman socks. Now Wonder Woman never wore a cape, but we're okay with it for this here deadlift set.
Oh.
So we saw it there with Sumo, slower off the floor, but a smooth lockout.
She likes it. Let's see the call. 3 white lights.
The belt says fun size.
Yeah.
That's all we need. That's all we need.
I love that. Evie Yambez. You want to talk about sticking with it. Now, I'm curious, Nick, Evie,
That's either going to be a 2.5 kilo jump or I would save that attempt. How's Evie doing on the day?
She could be projected to be in 6th and maybe as high as 4th.
Okay.
If I were the coach, it's either a 2.5 or nothing, or scrap it.
So at this point too, going into the 3rd deadlift, do you put on something that'll guarantee you a spot?
2.5, Evie Yambez. Here comes Solana Lewis, deadlift 2nd attempt.
Yes, ma'am.
202.5. And guys, 3 white lights. Solana Lewis, there was actually a time for a few years actually, Solana had not hit a deadlift PR in a long time. This past year has been incredible. She's added upwards of 50 kilos to her total just in this year alone.
It's a testament to the coaching.
Incredible. I mean, a testament really to
dedication to
the training
Solana
as well. Solana's been doing so well. So at one point, I believe her deadlift PR was in the 190 kilo range. That was a 202.5. That moved incredibly well. I would think that she's going to go up, and she sure did.
215.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Here comes Maria Rojas. Check on 207.5 kilos, folks. We are moving right along. Deadlifts, as you know, Nick, always fly.
That's right, and we also want to keep a close eye here on some of the forecasted placings here as we start to see these 3rd attempts roll in. An excellent 2nd attempt there from Maria. 3, 2, 1, countdown lights.
Good lift. All right, for Maria.
We hear the confirmation from Gino.
That's right. That's all you need to hear. Appreciate that, Gino. Okay. Folks, Gabby Martinez, 210 keys on the bar. Gabby Martinez, now,
Retake 190 there.
after missing it the 2nd time, it was tough off the floor.
Yeah, but she does have an American record under her belt already today. Looks like it's not moving off the floor there today.
Some days it really does feel like it's glued to the floor. And guys, we give a lot of love to our primetime lifters, but we should also shout out some of our phenomenal lifters that made it here to Raw Nationals and competed in our Session 1 and our Session 2 earlier today.
Absolutely.
Obviously, today we saw our 67s earlier today. Then we also saw a lot of our 82s and 75 kilo lifters. A lot of those people actually, believe it or not, are going to be very close in proximity to the podium, even though they competed earlier in the day. it's very, very interesting. The way some people actually didn't even get into the session today, you'd be surprised. Some people even missed it by like percentages of a dot point,
Yep, and
or even a dot point.
I was watching the daytime session earlier session too. What a battle it was in the 82s.
Yeah. Here comes Carmen, who
Wiggly Tufts.
Conventional stance. Oh yeah, let's see it. She likes it. Let's see the call.
The sigh of relief once the lockout was hit. That's 3 white lights for Carmen Hu.
Carmen Hu, and I think she had a very similar reaction at CPT as well. So.
And Carmen Hu, that is going to be a 9 for 9 day.
Oh yeah. Huge shout out to her handler, her coach. Carmen Hu having a great, great day, a great evening here at Prime Time. USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 2.
All right, Evie Yambes going up 5 kilos, 451 pounds.
Oh yeah, here we go. Evie Yambes, 205 keys, 5 kilo jump. Oh, tough.
There we go. See, not stapled to the floor once again.
And I'm curious if we're going to see any changes here now that we got Cassie coming up to the bar.
So the bar is already loaded, so she can't.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, apologies. Yeah, she cannot. And this would actually be a pull for second place.
This, she would almost have to bank on Gabby missing.
On Gabby missing, yes, that's right. That's right. Gabby
and either way, she's clinched second.
That's right.
In the nation. Unfortunately, that is going to be
tough.
Someone check those plates. There's got to be super glue under there.
I was going to say, man. You know what?
That
Unbelievable.
205 just has not been moved since it was loaded.
I'm telling you, though, Cassie, remember that name. Absolute killer. I mean, what a performance today by her tonight. I mean, unbelievable stuff.
8 for 9.
Unbelievable. I mean, if you're going to miss going for the win.
Absolutely. Against Gabby Martinez.
Yes. Yeah. Gabby left the door open just very slightly, and Cassie almost blew right through it. So,
and
huge credit to her,
folks. I mean, it comes down to attempts. It comes down to kilos.
That's right. That's right. Here comes Mandy Ogo. This is a massive PR attempt here. 205 kilos on the bar here for her. This would be a 12.5 kilo attempt. Kilo PR. See the call.
That's a solid lift. 3 white lights, big celebration.
Oh, man. And as before, carrying the coach. Love that. Love that.
What an attempt there. I'm so glad we have replays. I love getting to watch that again.
Yeah, and again, shout out to our White Lights media team who's done a phenomenal job here so far at USA Powerlifting. I mean, incredible stuff that they have with all of our camera angles. Everything is, I mean, we have the floating cam, everything is about, all of our equipment is HD. They've done such an amazing job here. We really appreciate them supporting here at USA Powerlifting.
Absolutely. We've got Elisha Gardner. She's got 210 loaded up. This is going to put her into 3rd place, ladies and gentlemen.
And again, with some of the extra time here, worth calling out one of our producers, Bryce Lewis. Thank you so much, Bryce, for everything you've done, helping us out here on stream and with all of the production, and as well with being our primary research guy. Huge shout out to Bryce. Elisha Gardner, 210 keys on the bar for Elisha Gardner. Deadlift, 3rd attempt. Elisha Gardner, sweet child of mine in the back.
Yep. This will put her again in 3rd place.
Let's go, Elisha.
And there it is.
Let's see the call.
507.5 total there for Elisha Gardner.
Let's go.
That's 3rd place. By the celebration I'm seeing from Marcellus, it looks like she might have clinched it.
It is raining 500 kilo totals here for 67.5 kilo women. Nick, this is ridiculous. This is superhuman stuff.
You want to know what's also superhuman?
What's that?
If Jackie Malater is able to come back and dog this deadlift out, this puts her into 4th. If she doesn't, she gets nothing. It is all or nothing for Jackie Malater on this last deadlift.
Jackie Malater took a 10 kilo jump and missed it. She is taking a 15 kilo jump now.
Can she finish?
Let's see the call.
Come on, judges. Come on, judges.
Let's see the
Give it
call.
to her. 3 white lights. She is now
Jackie
our
Malater.
4th place champion, 4th place lifter in the 67.5 kilogram weight class.
Jackie
What a
Malater.
performance.
Let's see that replay, guys. White Lights Media showing it to you. Jackie Malater misses her first attempt, misses her second attempt, goes up again 15 kilos from her missed second attempt, hits the third, proximity to podium. She is in 4th now. That is unbelievable stuff. You never see that. You'll only see it here at USA Powerlifting Primetime. 67.5 kilo killer Jackie Malater. And again, not to be outdone, one of the more hype lifters you'll ever see.
There's that setup. There it is.
Solana Lewis going for that 500 kilo total right here.
Big milestone. Slow off the floor. It looks like they just rolled out in front of the body just a little bit there.
Just a little bit tough. Still a good day, though, for Solana Lewis. Now we're talking a little bit about a high pedigree is Sam Calhoun. Sam Calhoun didn't have the day that we that we expect usually out of her, but we're still talking about somebody who's going to be potentially well over 500 dots here. So consider that the fact that like how deep the water is in the 67s. Sam Calhoun is going to be well outside of the podium here.
Absolutely. I mean, to be forecasted 9th.
Oh my goodness! We just see some high-level powerlifting stuff here. Maria Rojas Chacon. The lift is good by Sam Calhoun. Guys, here comes the champ. Gabby Martinez, who already secured the win. Gabby Martinez has already secured the win. This is just to solidify it. She initially put in 220. This is just to lock everything in here.
This is extra credit.
This is extra credit for Miss Gabby Martinez. Came to win. She already did that. She's here to put on a show for you guys here at USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. Double overhand hook grip. Very aesthetic pull. Built different.
You want to talk about the definition of execution, of just knowing what to do and when to do it.
Gabby Martinez built different athletics. Incredible stuff because she truly is built different. Guys, that is your 67.5 kilo champion, Gabby Martinez, as if there were any doubts. Here comes Maria Rojas Chacon here to close things out. Massive deadlift. I think we were all looking at this. Nick, my partner Nick and I were actually looking at, and we were a little shocked to see the change. Maria Rojas Chacon, she is loading up 222.5 kilos. Folks, this is a near 500-pound pull for a 67.5 kilo female.
This is a massive milestone for her regardless.
498.
Ooh, slower off the floor.
Stick with it. Oh, it's slipping. Oh,
no.
Tough.
What an
Tough.
effort, ladies and gentlemen. Like we were saying earlier, sumo, very slow off the floor. You have to stay patient with it. She was, unfortunately, might have just taken a little bit too much time getting up there.
Wow, incredible stuff. Now, Nick, let's talk a little bit about what we just saw. I mean, Gabby Martinez takes the win, not by the margin that we thought that she was going to get it, though.
That's right, and it really came down to, like we said, the gamesmanship of the sport, right?
Yeah.
It comes down to attempt calling. Had Cassie Carlton made that last attempt, this would be
we'd be talking
saying completely different things. I
right.
imagine.
I mean, it is so crazy to see kind of how that shook up. I mean, looking back and looking now at some of our standings, I mean, Cassie Carlton ends up taking that second. Gabby Martinez, as we expected, ends up taking the dub there. Now,
Lisha Gardner solidifying third place.
But the one that I really want to talk about, and I feel like we have to talk about,
Miss Jackie Malater.
Jackie Malater missing the opener on deadlift at 185, decides to go up to 195, which we all agreed on. We thought it was like, hey, that was snappy, that's fine. But then misses that one and then decides to go 15 keys on top of that to try to pull into fourth place. I mean, and then not only trying to get in that place, actually hits it. Unbelievable.
It's something that you'll only see
Here.
on the primetime stage at USAPL Nationals.
Yeah.
And I mean, Memphis, Tennessee, they're getting a treat.
You really are. It's unbelievable stuff we're seeing here. Here comes Justin Osano opening us up on our deadlifts for the men. 75-kilo lifter, 262.
Hey, that stance looks a little similar.
That's right.
Now, when you look at some of these sumo pullers, it's completely lifter's choice where they want to put their feet, right?
Yes.
So you look at Angelo, you look at Justin Osano, they have their feet a little bit more narrow, oftentimes called a froggy stance.
Correct.
But their hands are still, in between the legs, they're still able to get into a good wedge position.
Some people call it a hybrid stance, right?
Hybrid, yeah.
Whatever you like, froggy, hybrid, it's kind of the in-between.
And something that I think should be explored a little bit more.
Definitely, I think a lot of lifters, if they don't feel like they get a lot of juice off the floor, maybe as a sumo puller, maybe try a little bit of a different stance within it, and then sometimes eventually, I mean, I think you and I have noticed the conventional pull is starting to make its comeback.
It is. I actually just made the switch myself.
Actually, fun fact, I did as well. Yeah, it's such a weird time, but yeah, that's the conventional pull.
Not to add any bias to the cast.
It is.
Guys.
It is truly starting to make its comeback. Here comes Anas on bar, 265 kilos on the bar there for Anas.
Title sponsor SBD.
Love that singlet. Snappy pull
there. You don't
there.
see that one anymore either. The red, white, and blue.
No, I love that color though. I love the colorway though. That and the Phantom, I believe it was. Very, very cool colorway from SBD.
The original all black?
Yes. Very, very fun one. And I love the black and white as well. The black and white was also a really, really cool colorway. A very kind of simple kind of thing. I like black and white when it comes to powerlifting. It's very aesthetic.
Getting that bar brushed off there for Zachary DiCostanzo. 285 he's going to open up with. Now, as the day goes on, this platform has seen some heavy deadlifts hit it. So that bar is likely to roll. So I want to be sure it's in a safe place for all of our lifters. Make sure we're all on an even standpoint.
That's right. And folks, you are going to see some massive, massive pulls. I mean, every lift from here only goes up. 285 kilos on the bar here for Zach DiCostanzo. Beltless lifter a la Lucky Lifts. Now, when we talk about drug-free powerlifting, what do we mean by that, Nick?
So all of our powerlifters, in all of our sessions, all of our referees are going to test 10% of the testing pool, or 10% of the meet roster. Right. At all standpoints. Now, at nationals, especially on the primetime stage, anyone that breaks any open records, they're going to be drug tested automatically.
That's right. You will be flagged immediately after the meet, and you will have one of your referees come and find you with that patented pen and paper
and
the test.
Fast.
That's right.
They come quick.
They have to. They have to find you as soon as that deadlift hits the floor. It's part of the rules. And Mark Frizzell lands the plane there on that opener, 285 kilos on the bar.
Now Jamar Royster, he's coming out. Now deadlifts, it's his sleeper lift. It's his sleeper lift. He's a solid puller.
And again, I truly hope that people are starting to give him his flowers in terms of being a full, complete lifter, not just a squatter, because his bench press and his deadlift have truly made a lot of strides. And again, unfortunate that he did not make weight today, because this would have made things a lot more interesting. Oh, a little out of position maybe, or what did you see there, Nick?
It looked like it hit his thighs. I'm going to be quite honest with you.
That's Jamar
It looked
problems.
like it got caught on his thighs. Plain and simple. And with sumo, it happens a lot more frequently because as soon as you snap those knees into place, the quad muscle, I'll say the thigh muscle, gets bigger, and so it becomes literally a speed bump for that bar.
Right.
If you don't lock out the right way.
And then why then would you see all of that white? What is that white substance on their quads?
That is powder, ladies and gentlemen. That is baby powder. You can get it at your local Walgreens or CVS. It's important to know that that is different from what's on their hands, folks. I like to always say chalk makes it stick, powder makes it slick.
That's right. And that obviously assists when the bar gets stuck on the quads, helps it kind of glide right up. Within the rules, by the way.
That's right. I had a lifter ask me the other day if they could use baby oil.
Don't recommend it. Here comes Joe Borenstein. 300 keys on the bar, and he likes it. Let's see the call.
Folks, that was 660. That was 660 pounds.
And if we can get the replay on that one, I love Joe Borenstein's wedging sequence. Now, Joe Borenstein has one of the more quiet wedging sequences that you'll see in powerlifting. Now, you'll see it on his second attempt, but like Joe Borenstein, I love his deadlift because he has a very, very close hand position.
Yes.
Double overhand hook grip, but then you see his wedging sequence is so small and quiet. It seriously, like, you'll see some people with a really high hip hike, like once they take the slack out of the bar and then they wedge in hard. His is the antithesis of that. It is such a small hip hike. And guys, Alex Luckow is pulling alongside some deadlift legends here. So this is going to be potentially a historic evening. Alex Luckow, 300 kilo opener.
Lucky Lifts making full use of his time. He's got a full minute and he's going to use every second.
My goodness. Lucky Lifts, the Golden Eagle himself. Unbelievable stuff. Incredible.
Eric LaPointe's going to follow right behind. He's also got 300, which is dangerously close to his all-time best.
I mean, we have some absolute studs here. I mean, from Joe all the way down to Alex, to Eric, to Austin, to Sean, to Chris, to Angelo. I mean, we're just raining 300 kilo deadlifts from this point on. Think about that, Nick.
This isn't normal, ladies and gentlemen. These are not average.
A great deadlift is somewhere in the 200s typically for any male, really across any weight class, okay?
Kilos, 200 kilos.
Kilos,
yes.
Okay? These guys are pulling in the 300 kilo territory.
Eric LaPointe, a massive deadlifter. He is on pace with this opener.
Now let's see the call. Snappy.
All right, that was a good lift for Eric LaPointe. Now Austin Perkins, he's going to open us up with 302.5 kilos.
Now
folks, he's really close to that total.
Now, and again, we have to call out what he has to hit. So Nick, he has to hit a 325 kilo deadlift to break that elusive 838 kilo all-time record.
Knowing Perk's jumps on deadlifts.
And it has to be snappy. Again, watch this. If this is fast, it's the day.
It's there. Oh my goodness.
He says load it up.
It's his.
He says load it up.
He's confident.
The number of the beast.
Wow.
We love the graphic, folks. incredible stuff. I mean, Nick, we're seeing at this point all of these lifts. We're approaching well into the 700-pound territory.
I'm pretty sure all of these lifts are at least 5 reds.
Yeah.
No, all of them are all 5 reds.
That's right.
From here on out.
Yeah. We're going to see some massive, massive pulls for deadlift third attempts. This is not human. This is not something that people can do.
These people are 187 pounds body weight.
That's right. Yeah. Or
sub 200.
Or below. Some might even be under 163.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Pulling well over
600. Yeah. Anas on bar. 282.5 kgs on the bar. Oh, a little bit of a...
looks like you might have
torn something.
I don't know if he tore something.
Or a grip issue.
Either that or it's possible. So I've seen this happen with one other person. When they were deadlifting, one of their fingers popped. And there was a little bit of like a nerve pain.
Yes.
Like a nerve shooting pain.
Interesting. Okay. And again, like, you know, we're never certain kind of thing. We're always kind of like assuming maybe what happened. Now, I'm going to be curious if they scrap that next one for Anas. Given that he was fighting for around a 6th or 7th place. Curious what they opt to do there. Now here comes Jamar Royster. Jamar
Anas did go up to 290.
I'm here for it. Play the hits, Anas. Play the hits, because why else would he not go up?
Absolutely. Ooh, a little bit of now.
Oscillation
if they've called
there.
it before, they're going to call it for Jamar.
Yep.
It's going to be a 2-to-1 no lift.
Blue
Look
card.
at that upward and downward motion right at the top there. Let's check the replay here. Very smooth off the ground. Once he got to the hips,
now,
saw that. Yep.
Yeah. So guys, for the folks watching at home, Anas Anbar has missed all of his second attempts, and then he came back to hit his thirds so far. Something tells me we might see something special. Here comes Mark Frizzell, 297.5 kilos, 12.5 kilo jump here. Zach DiCostanzo, 300 kilos on the bar. Guys, we are not going back after this. It's 300 kilos and above.
660.
Deadlifts.
And everything else.
Deadlift second attempts here, Nick. Deadlift second attempts. 75 kilos. This is a 75 kilo lifter, Zach DiCostanzo. This would pull him into a projected 3rd place standing. Now again, folks, if you guys are following along, and I highly recommend it because you're going to see some of that high-level powerlifting stuff in terms of the deadlift third attempts. A lot of those bluffs that people will put out there, fake attempts kind of thing, and they'll change their attempts at the last second. So you're going to see some very, very interesting stuff there. Very snappy pull there for Zach.
I'll say that was a good lift, so that did pull him into forecasted 3rd.
Right, and again,
3rd at the moment.
At the moment. And here comes Eric Lapointe, 315 kilos. And Eric Lapointe, obviously, if you know who he is, this is the reigning champion in the 75 kilo in the 75 kilo division. Obviously, working back from an injury and not probably going for the numbers that he otherwise would go for, but still known for a massive deadlift.
I'll say this is bread and butter.
This man is built to pull heavy. Oh my. Let's see the call.
Approximately 4 inches off the ground that bar went.
All right. Hey, you know what, though? Again,
within the rules.
Within the rules, because
you can't help your arm size.
That's right. Eric Lapointe has probably one of the longer wingspans we have on our top end. It's incredible. I mean, relative to his height. So it's really, really interesting stuff. And again, if you have it, obviously, again, that also makes inherently the bench press a lot harder.
Sure.
So there's always going to be that give and take. Now here comes, guys, the current junior national champion, Joe Borenstein, took a 20-kilo jump to 320 kilos.
Joe Borenstein, one of the young princes of the deadlift.
And again, folks, I was talking about his setup. It's one of the prettier setups you'll see in all of powerlifting. It's a sumo stance, very, very close hands, pretty much on the smooth of the bar, not on the knurling, and then a very, very small wedging sequence after he takes the slack out. Take a look. See the call.
Leo's giving me the Italian hands.
Oh.
That was pristine.
Beautiful. Chef's kiss every time.
Let's
Thank
check
you
the
so much
replay
for the
again.
replay. White Lights Media.
Oh, that is so silent.
So pretty.
I
And
want to talk about it in a whisper.
that's what I'm saying. It's one of
nice.
those things where Joe Borenstein, I'm telling you, it's such a very pretty, quiet setup. Always try to talk about that. Sean Noriega here, following things up. 325 kilos on the bar here for Sean Noriega. Now, again, we're talking about this is a guy who builds his total on that bench press and on that deadlift. Had a record-breaking bench press here tonight. Now he's trying to set himself up for the win, the first win that he'll ever have, potentially as an 82.
All right.
All right, I'm curious to see this one.
And that is a no lift per our judges. It looks like he might have started to descend on the bar just a little bit too fast.
With how fast that bar did come off the floor, I have to assume that is going to go up.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that put him right back down from third to forecasted sixth.
But knowing Sean, he's going to pull for the win, as he should.
Absolutely.
Because you know what? I think for somebody, anyone who's been following powerlifting for a long time knows who Sean Noriega is and knows how hard he's truly fought to be here and to potentially be in a spot to win it all.
Yep.
And he lands the plane there. Guys, I don't really know how to say this, but I'm just going to come right out and say it. Austin Perkins' second attempt is the one. He is loading up 327.5 kilos on the bar. Austin Perkins is trying to break the all-time record for any lifter in the 75 kg class across not just this federation, but every federation.
Any drug-tested
Guys,
federation.
I'm sorry to break the fourth wall, but we're all standing up here. This is history.
This will
Austin
break
Perkins is going for it all here to break a record that has stood for so long.
on his second.
And it's over!
Ladies and gentlemen,
And it's over!
sign it, seal it.
3 white
all
lights!
his.
Austin Perkins, remember the name, folks, forever. Your 75 kilo champion.
The strongest 75 kilo in the world in history.
Ever.
You've heard it here first, folks.
With his second attempt, it's over. Ladies and gentlemen,
You want
he
to talk
has
about
done it.
10 keys in the tank?
He has climbed the mountain. Unbelievable. Across every federation, Austin Perkins. Guys, unbelievable stuff. And we're going from one record to another. Guys, it is just raining records out here. Alex Lacau going for a junior record. You're seeing a different increment here.
You
300.
see that first place forecast, too.
That's right. 328.5 kilo lift here. This is a junior record.
Junior American record here for Alex Lacau.
4 times
328.
body weight. Wow. 4 times body weight here for Alex.
And these are second attempts, folks. We haven't even gotten to the thirds yet. And I don't know if there's a piece of equipment that Alex Lacau is missing that a lot of our other lifters have.
Beltless.
And that's a belt. And that's a new American record for Alex Lacau and provisional first place. 3 white lights from our judges.
Yeah, first in the juniors.
Junior division, excuse me.
Now, folks, Angelo Fortino. Not too long ago, 345 was his record, and he has blown right past that. Now that is second attempt territory for Angelo Fortino. and his coach, Joe Stanek. Game Day Barbell, 345 keys on the bar for 14.0 power. This record is owned by Shun Jabril in the 82.5 kilo class.
He lifted earlier today.
That's right. Very, very solid lockout. Let's see the call.
The classic hand swipe. That's 3 whites.
That's right. Pleasure doing business with you, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is where you're going to see high-level powerlifting. Deadlift third attempts for our 75 and our 82.5 kilo lifters here at Raw Nationals Primetime Day 2. Third attempts. Nick, this is it.
This has been a ride. Oh, my goodness.
We are not going back after this.
It's been on 10 the entire time.
That's right. That's right. And you're going to continue to see records broken here.
Justin Asano, 292.5 kilos loaded up for him.
And again, Nick, it's worth calling out. This is the strictest judging you're going to see in powerlifting, without a doubt. If you break a record here, you absolutely got it.
Absolutely. There is a standard. A national standard. Our lifters are absolutely meeting it today.
Justin Osano, 292.5 kilos on the bar. And you're going to see a lot of bluffs here. Folks, I highly recommend going to the liftingcast.com right now and see all of the different attempts. Getting caught there on the top there, Justin. Looks like a good lockout. Let's see the call. Good lift.
Great lift there for
good lift.
Mr. Osano.
Now again, folks, highly recommend going to the liftingcast.com and going to USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 2 and go and check out. Everyone is trying to change their attempts last second. A lot of the coaches are doing those 4D chests. I'm seeing some numbers here that I'm not sure that these people can actually hit, but a lot of people are trying to pull last, especially a lot of those big pullers. I'm not going to say any names just yet because I don't want to say just yet who might actually go for something and who might be trying to call a bluff.
And Jamar might have saved himself from a bomb. 3 white lights. He is in the game. Looks like he's walking off the platform just a little bit gingerly. Hope he's okay.
He is, and hopefully he is okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about the prize money here. Nick, our first place winners will win $5,000. Our second place will win $2.5, and then our third place will win $1,000, and that is
for each weight class.
And that's right. And then they'll have the top 3 male and female lifters by dots each day. So Day 2's lifters will all get their payouts, and all of our money actually paid out over the entire weekend will be $68,000.
This is going to finish out the trend we've seen all day today from Anas Ambar. Missed a second. What are we going to see for his third? He went up. Vintage Anas.
Folks, Anas Ambar, do it for the brand. Do it for the brand. Oh,
we were
tough.
so close, so close.
Tough. Anas Ambar, I mean...
I hate to have jinxed it. I'm so sorry.
No, and the thing is actually, and I'm curious, did you see him almost slightly kick the bar out a little bit? It almost looked like, and guys, for the guys and girls watching at home, any sort of deviation from the shit angle is always going to create an immensely harder lift, especially when we're talking about a third attempt deadlift. I mean, if you kick that bar out even just a centimeter.
Yep, and with sumo, with that technique,
it's going to be tough.
So much
you
off
can
the
battle
floor.
it back on a conventional. Going to be tough to do on sumo.
That's right.
Now
Zach
here comes
Costanzo.
That's right, and Zach DiCostanzo. Guys, we're talking about a podium shot here.
This might have pulled him into thirds for the 75s.
See the call.
That's a good lift.
Zach, let's go.
Provisional third there for Zach DiCostanzo.
75 kilo lifter, unbelievable. Podium pull. Guys, girls, we are not going back. 307 and above from here. Mark Frizzell, 307.5 kilos on the bar. Big pull, conventional stance. Grinds through it here. See the call. Let's see it. Good lift now. Nick, I'm seeing some stuff on the lifting cast. What do you see?
I saw Sean Noriega jump up quite a bit. Lower in the rankings a little bit. Looks like he decreased his third attempt there. 332.5 is what's on the board now for him. That'll give him provisional. That'll give him second place solidified.
That's right. Yeah, he would be pulling for second. Again, not pulling for the win there.
Now you see who is pulling for first, Angelo Fortino.
And because why else would he do anything else? And again, he's trying to assume that Angelo won't hit it.
That's right. And now we've also got a little bit of battle here for third. Chris Perez, Alex Luckow.
Here we go, folks. The reigning 75-kilo champion, Mr. Eric Lapointe, trying to close out the day, landing the plane on a deadlift third attempt, 317.5 kilos for Eric Lapointe.
See him getting hype over there before that platform attempt.
Eric Lapointe, very well traveled. He's been in this game for a long time. Not just a phenomenal lifter, but also a meet director and coach. And a referee. That's right. He does it all. Does the business. Oh, yes.
Execution at its finest, ladies and
See
gentlemen.
the celebration by his coach. Let's see the call. Guys, now Sean Noriega, I think, currently is trying to pull for second place. But if I'm not mistaken, if things go the way that it's supposed to go, he's betting on somebody missing their third attempt, and I think we know who we're talking about. It's Angelo.
Angelo did slap on 20 kilos up from his second attempt at 3. So he has 365 kilos loaded.
I think he's banking on a potential miss. That is a huge jump there for Angelo. And again, we're talking about a guy who's working back from injuries. Sean needs this pull to be in the hunt, not just for second place, to lock in second place right now, but then see if he could potentially even bump his own way into winning a title.
And unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift for the hamstring poppy, Sean Noriega.
And again, very classy move by Sean, acknowledging his referees. And again, we have to thank our referees, our spotters, our loaders. Everyone here is a volunteer. Everyone pays their way here, and Sean understands that, and he wants to acknowledge that. Looking back at that replay there, looked like a little bit out of position there. Looks like the knees locked out a little bit early. And especially tough to try to close that out with 332 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, you can definitely see the space in between the bar once he got past the knees there.
Tough.
Now check out these placings here. Chris Perez, this locks in second place for him.
And again, dark horse, Chris could actually end up with a dub here if Angelo misses his. Chris Perez trying to put his name out there. Chris Perez missing, and you know what? And folks, you are going to see pulls for the win here from here on out. Chris Perez.
This is the home stretch. You have to.
Guys, Austin Perkins is going for something historic yet again. Maybe you've heard of a little name like Russell Orhe. It is midnight. We are in the next day now. Guys, Austin Perkins is trying to break a record of Russell Orhe in the weight class above him. This would put him into the most rarefied air of a 600 dots. Unbelievable.
Done by who else ever? I don't know anybody.
Guys, you wanted primetime. You got it.
This is the primetime story, ladies and gentlemen. The whole night, I hate to say it, but it might have been the Austin Perkins show.
I don't hate to say it. I love to say it. Austin Perkins
put on a show.
I mean, he's trying to break a record of Russell Orhe, who is in a full weight class above him. 75 kilos. 337 on the bar.
Oh my goodness gracious. Can he lock out?
Let's see the call.
Come on, judges. Come on, judges. 3 victory white. Lights, ladies and gentlemen, you are talking about one of the strongest lifters in the world.
Big hug to his fiance in the crowd immediately. Unbelievable, and you have to call it out. I mean, the referees are going to be on him immediately after that to drug test, as they should, right? But
ladies and gentlemen,
unbelievable, guys. Austin Perkins setting records, setting history twice in USA Powerlifting in one night.
He's the strongest 75 kilo in the world, and now he's stronger than the strongest 82.5 in the world.
There are no words now. I almost don't want to interview him after this because I don't know what words to say at this point.
Scared.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. Joe Borenstein, 75 kilos. Now he's going 300
record.
338 kilos on the bar. Junior record here for Joe Borenstein, pulling for second place in the 75s. Let's see it, Joe.
This is going to put him right behind Austin Perkins, which is massive.
Let's go.
Now be careful
Let's
with that
go. Let's see the
celebration
call.
now. Be careful with that celebration and watch any.
Praying for it.
Lift is
Let's go.
Joe
Good
Borenstein.
lift. Unbelievable stuff. Joe Borenstein putting his name out there. The pedigree is there. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope y'all are watching because the action is nowhere near close to being done. Alex Luckow, this is not only going to break Joe Borenstein's record, but this will also pull him into second place.
Alex Luckow, again, trying to pull for second place. And again, this is all contingent on Angelo Fortino if he's successful at the end of this fight.
Now, we just saw an attempt change. Angelo Fortino, 347.5 to pull into first.
Angelo
I love
Fortino.
this stuff.
Angelo Fortino. Alex Luckow. Let's see the call. 343 kilos on the bar for Alex. Lucky lifts. Talk to me nice.
Celebration there from Marcellus.
Let me see it.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Lucky lifts. Nothing lucky about it, folks.
Absolute.
That was pure talent, pure
Absolute
performance.
stud. Was such a gutsy pull there for Lucky Lifts. A second place finish there, trying to lock in. Wow. And again, that bluff by Angelo turned out very fortuitous because that 345 looked very safe. And we've already seen him. We've already seen Angelo currently sitting in third. Angelo Fortino, Mr. Two White Lights himself, Mr. Fortino Power, looking to pull to win the 82.5 kilo class. Angelo Fortino.
And this is the last lift.
We're
of
talking,
tonight.
folks, this is it. This is what you came to see in primetime. Angelo Fortino trying to put his name in the history books.
347.5 kilos. Wedges in. Finishes the lockout.
Let's
Looks
see the
clean
call.
to me. Come on, judges.
Angelo
You
Fortino.
have your 82.5 kilogram national champion, the professional Angelo Fortino, finally gets his spot at the top of the podium.
Folks, Angelo Fortino.
Let's check this replay here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, smooth all the way throughout.
Wow. Angelo Fortino. Guys, I mean, there are no words for what we just saw. Angelo finally getting the monkey off his back, finally proving to everybody that he's not just a deadlifter, finally proving to everybody that it doesn't matter if you're working back through an injury or not. Angelo Fortino just showed us what true grit means, what it means to truly fight through something. I mean, if you guys were following any of his training, a lot of his training was built. I mean, he was playing all of those Rocky IV songs, every Hearts on Fire, everything, War, Fanfare, everything. I mean, this man truly had a fighter's mentality when it came to battling back from an injury. Angelo Fortino, we talk about how awesome he is as a lifter, but I mean, also, what a great thing to happen to just an awesome guy. I mean, for those of us that also know him personally, Angelo is such a phenomenal human being. This is such a great thing for him and his girlfriend Elise. I mean, such a phenomenal thing for him and his family. Angelo has done so much for the sport of powerlifting. Everything that he does in terms of Two White Lights and all of his media appearances, all of his commentary work. I mean, you want to talk about something great that happened to a great guy. Thank you so much for everything you do. Angelo, we are so proud. We're so happy. You are new 82.5 kilo champion, Angelo Fortino. Nick, I know you want to talk about him. Go ahead.
I have to.
Yeah.
I have to.
Yeah.
Well, him. Which him? There are many hymns today.
Oh, we're talking about him. Him.
Oh, well, we know we got to talk about the 75 kilogram Austin Perkins, the strongest in the world.
Yeah. I mean,
without
guys,
question.
607 dots, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just confirm that on our research here, looking at all of our lifters.
614 dots, ladies and gentlemen, purely unheard of by anybody.
14 dots. I mean, guys, again, obviously you have to call out that, like, yes, he is being drug tested quite literally right now. I mean, as soon as he hits that deadlift, the referees have to go, they have to grab him, they have to do their urine test. But, guys, if we can get a hold of him here before the end of the night, it would be such a treat for you guys to be able to talk to him. But, I mean, he did something that we never thought was possible, breaking a record by the great Taylor Atwood, who I think all of us would say is one of the greatest lifters truly who's ever done it. I mean, he's up in the echelons of history of powerlifting.
He's one of the greatest to ever do it.
Absolutely, pound for pound, and he still will be. Having said that, but Austin Perkins just did something we never thought we would ever see in his second attempt, breaking the 75 kilo lifter record, and then on his third attempt, breaking the 82.5 kilo record. It's something I don't think you'll ever see again. Maybe only Austin could do that now. Mm-hmm. For him to have that super meet, it's incredible. Guys, we have such a treat here for you. The Inconvenience himself. My man, the new 82.5 kilo champion, our friend Angelo Fortino.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
How are you doing?
I'm underdressed. That's one.
Yeah,
I usually try to dress very nice for the live streams.
I appreciate you. Yeah,
I'm feeling good.
Man,
I feel pretty good, man.
Buddy,
not bad right now.
Man, I mean, so we were talking a little bit about this. It was not lost on me during prep where you used a lot of the Rocky IV montages and everything kind of going into it, and obviously trying to keep that fighter mentality. Mm-hmm. You're a guy who had to battle back from so much. You dealt with grimacing after all of those squat attempts, and knowing that everything kind of had to be a battle to come back. And you even yourself knew that, like, hey, people count you out just because they're like, hey, man, I'm a deadlifter, whatever. Like, he's always going to try to pull for the win, blah, 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 blah. Kind of like, they're not worried about this, they're not worried about that. But for you to come in here and have the day that you had is such a testament to the lifter that you are and everything that you've done to get here. It is incredible stuff. I mean, tell us truly then.
That's because I'm looking into his eyes. That's about it.
Tell us truly about what the day was looking like, moving on from squat onto bench and then on to deadlift when you finally made history.
Yeah, the squat went well. Went really well, actually. And I was pretty confident after squats. And then, of course, bench happened. And my issues with bench are ongoing. We don't have a love-love relationship. It's our love-hate relationship. We just hate each other.
Right.
And I got to figure out how to bench so I don't have to pull for the win. But, some guys had down meets.
Yeah.
I knew there was a range there. And once Joe said, 2.5 kilos, I'm like, this is it. Just don't choke. Right. I'm a big Cubs fan, so I'm used to massive collapses and chokes.
And now 2016, though.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there you go.
Tonight was our 2016.
Yeah, and it's like you said with the prep. Lifters deal with this stuff.
Yeah.
Lifters deal with this kind of thing, and it's something that I never went through. So I was just happy to be here. I was happy to compete. I was happy to be in the primetime session again with all the guys that I love competing against, and a couple of new faces like Chris Perez, Lucky Luciano. It was good competing with him. It's been a great experience. And 2019, I remember being out in the stands watching primetime.
I was gonna say, man. I mean, like for you, somebody who kind of came in. I know in a lot of ways you say it was like, man, it's really not been that long. It was like, but it has been.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of years, and you've been toiling away a lot, and it's been kind of up and down and up and down. And for it to happen here, for it to happen this way, I mean, what does it feel like? Does it feel validating? Does it feel like it's everything kind of came together the way it was supposed to?
You know, I don't want to be, you know, a wet blanket, but, you know, I was hoping for a better meet for myself. I was really looking for an 835 total. I think if an 835 total was accomplished, I could actually consider myself the best in the world. But I didn't do that today. So, you know, there's one goal short, but, you know, 2019 I got like 14th or whatever. 2021 I got third. Last year I got second. This year I got first. Even though it's short of my goal, this is the best win of my powerlifting career by far. That prep was hard, a lot of doubt. Thought about pulling out six weeks out, and you know we had a really good week where I was in pain, but I can still complete my lifts in pain. And I'm like, if we just find out how to get pain down, we can be good. And we were good, and I got to give a special shout out, John Song. I love you. you're a lifesaver. He was huge in this, and I know a lot of lifters work with John. John, you're the best. That was a big help.
Unbelievable stuff. I mean, so Angelo, more than anything, now that it's all over, the dust has settled. You are the new 82.5 kilo champion. What is the first thing you're going to do? Are you going to put your plates back after now that your deadlift's over, or like tell us what you're going to do to celebrate now?
Well, absolutely. I'm not putting those weights back.
Yeah,
absolutely
no.
not.
Leaving those plates.
I'm the inconvenience for a reason. I will not do that.
That's right. Well, you're the champion. You don't have to do it anymore.
You know, I'm going to smoke a cigar.
Yeah.
You know, I got some, and I'm going to give Joe one because he just brought home 2 national champions.
That's
we got a game day sweep on the second night of prime time, which is huge.
Shout out game day.
Yeah, I'm actually flying back in the morning really quick, so I'm just going to enjoy.
Quick turnaround there.
All right.
What's that?
How's the quick turnaround?
Yeah. We had kind of attitude. My girlfriend had to get back, and, you know, I kind of have to get back too.
Shout out Elise.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Elise, I love you. You're the best. Thank you for always coming to meets and supporting me. She's my toughest critic too on bench press as well, and I think if I'm going to get better at bench press, it's because of her. And I'm going to spend a day with her tomorrow and actually have a nice stress-free day where we just enjoy each other's company because we don't get to do that very often during like the final 2 weeks of prep.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I can't go out, can't drink, can't go out and eat and stuff. So
definitely.
Yeah. It's late. I can't get food now. You know,
no one's open.
Yeah, exactly. It's late, so
it's the next day now.
I think I'm just gonna chill outside the convention center and smoke a cigar with Joe and that's if Perk actually wants to smoke one. I know he doesn't like them.
So let me ask you just one last question here, Angelo. Now that everything is done, and I know it might be tough to try to like pivot and look at what's the next one, but if you had to guess, what could be the next one to try to finally break that 835 plateau?
I'm not sure. That one is hard. We kind of said at the end of our prep in the middle of the prep, like, we're going to see what we can do. Arnold is always an option. Love the Arnold. Love competing at the Arnold.
Shout out to the Arnold.
Yeah, really, really like competing at the Arnold. But we'll see. It's kind of doors open, and I don't know.
If you don't at least compete at the Arnold, we really always hope that you're going to be on stream at the Arnold because that's always
for sure.
That's always a treat. But
I miss it.
Yeah,
I haven't done it in a while. This is. What a setup you guys got.
Yeah, we do. Huge shout out to White Lights Media and all of our team.
Yeah, now I'm looking at you guys in suits, and I'm dressed like a schmuck here. I don't know.
No, it's the best looking schmuck of all time. Now, folks, let me tell you, thank you so much again for joining us here. The 82.5 kilo champion, well-deserved Angelo Fortino.
All right, gentlemen.
The name is in the history books.
Have a good night, guys.
That is it.
I love you, Mom.
That is it for us here at USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 2. We have crowned our new champions, Gabby Martinez in the 67s, Austin Perkins in the 75s, and now Angelo Fortino in the 82.5s. By the way, all of those Texas-based lifters. Guys, if you want to get strong, I think there's one state you probably want to move to. So
don't diss the Carolinas.
That's right. Hey now. Now, folks, thank you again so much for joining us here at USA Powerlifting. We really appreciate you guys staying up late and enjoying the stream and commenting and enjoying everything a part of this because, folks, you are supporting drug-free powerlifting. We really appreciate it. My name is Leah Bonnet-Ndara. This is Nick Stevens. We will see you guys again here tomorrow night for Primetime Day 3 at USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. Have a good evening.
See you soon.
In third place, Jalen Catapan. In second place, Megan Piper. Megan Piper.
Grab the medal for Hannah.
And in first place, your champion in the 67.5 Raw Junior Women's weight class is Mandy Ogo. All right, give them all a big round of applause. Women's Raw Junior 67.5 kilo weight class. All right, one more round of applause. We're going to move into our next section here. Okay, cool. All right, we're going to move into the Women's Raw Masters 2, which is 50 to 59 years old, 67.5 kilo weight class. In fourth place is Rebecca Free. Fourth place, Rebecca Free. All right. Oh, yeah. In third place, Brenna Harridge. In second place, Robin Shell from Ohio. And in first place is Jennifer Thompson. Where's Jennifer Thompson?
Testing.
Oh. Okay. She's in doping control. So I guess take some pictures and maybe we'll bring her up later. All right, give them a big round of applause. 67.5 Masters 2. Oh, here she comes. Wait a minute. Here we go. Phenomenal. All right, give them all a big round of applause.
Sleeping back there. I'm so sorry.
Excellent.
Hey, good job today.
All right, we're going to move into the open 67.5 kilo weight class. In fifth place, Mandy Ogo. Wait for a second. In fourth place, Jacqueline Maliter. In third place, Lisha Gardner. In second place, Cassandra Carlton. Cassandra Carlton, around here anywhere? In the warm-up room, there she is. And in first place, the Raw Women's Open 67.5 kilo champion, Gabby Martinez. All right, give them all a big, big round of applause. Incredible. All right, nice job, ladies. All right, we're gonna move on to the 75 kilo weight class. All right, so the men's raw junior 75 kilo weight class, men's. In 5th place, Oscar Hernandez. Oscar Hernandez, 5th place. There he is. In 4th place is going to be Logan Gu. All right, welcome back, Logan. In 3rd place, Juan Rios. Juan Rios. In 2nd place, Matt Padrell. There's Matt. Welcome back, Matt. And in 1st place, your men's raw junior 75 kilo champion, Joseph Borenstein, also known as Joey Borenstein. There he is. Give these guys a big round of applause. All right, thanks, guys. All right, we're going to bring on up the raw junior 82.5 kilo weight class. Men's 5th place is Brendan Parr. Brendan Parr. He lifted earlier. All right. In 4th place, Bradley Robinson. Bradley Robinson. Yes. On 3rd place, in 3rd place, Donovan Spears. All these guys must be out on Beale Street. Maybe. In 2nd place, Sean Sullivan. Really, these are the 82.5 kilo juniors. All right, well, in 1st place, I know this guy's here, Alex Lucky Lacow. 1st place, Alex. Maybe not. Anyone know where Alex is? Oh, there he is. It's your podium, Alex. All right, give him a round of applause. The Raw Junior Champion, 82.5 kilo weight class. All right, we're going to go back to 75s, open. In 5th place, we lifted earlier, Dallas Bay. Dallas Bay. He's probably sleeping. All right, in 4th place, Neil Osano. In 3rd place, Zachary DiCostanzo. Where's Zach? There he is. In 2nd place, Joey Borenstein. And in 1st place with an incredible performance is Austin Perkins. With the fresh white tee. Give these guys all a big round of applause. Incredible performance by all these guys. All right, look at that. All right, give them all one more big round of applause. Thanks, guys. All right, we're going to do the open 82.5. In 5th place, Anthony Bilal. All right, thanks for coming back, Anthony. In 4th place, Sean Jabril. Oh, there he is. Thanks for coming back, Sean. Shun, I'm sorry, Shun. In 3rd place, Christopher Perez. There he is. In 2nd place, Alex Lacau. And in 1st place, Angelo Ortino. What a shirt. Give all these guys a big round of applause. Huge round of applause. 82.5 kilo lifters. Incredible. They want to hold hands. They want you to hold hands. Maybe not. I don't know. All right. There it is. All right, we got two more. We're going to do the prize money. All right, so this is specifically the prize money for the lifters today in the Pro Series. Pro Series prize money. So, for $1,000 with off DOTS points, with 530 DOTS points, a total of 512.5 kilos. For $1,000, Cassandra Carlton. All right, give Cass a big round of applause. $1,000. Nice. All right, for $2,500 with a DOTS points of 537, a total of 487, Samantha Calhoun. Sam Calhoun, a check for $2,500. Give her another big round of applause. Come on. Excellent. All right, and winning the grand prize of $5,000, a total of 527.5, DOTS points 544.9, is Gabby Martinez. Give Gabby one more round of applause. And all of our prize money winners, a huge round of applause. A total of $8,500 up there. All right, we're going to do the same thing for the men. Winning the prize of $1,000, a total of 815 kilos at DOTS points of 552.7 is Angelo Fortino. That's the check for $1,000. Give Angelo a big round of applause. All right, for the check of 2,500 with a total of 800.5 kilos and tops points of 575.3 is Joseph Joey Borenstein. $2,500 for Joey. Give him a big round of applause. All right, for the grand par prize of $5,000, a total of 851 kilos, a DOTS points of an incredible 614.5. He is Austin Perkins. All right, nice jump. The fresh white tee and the boots. The Perk era. Give these guys a big round of applause. Huge round of applause. Total of 8,500 up there for these guys. All right, that concludes our meet for today. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back tomorrow. This concludes day 2. We'll be back at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for our next session. This is USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals in, where are we? This is Memphis, Tennessee. We're signing out. You ask them to exit as soon as possible. Please exit as soon as possible. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Please exit as soon as possible.
Work. I got to be back in 5 hours.
Do you want to help me grab it?
What are you doing? No. Put it from the wall. Make it sit there. We have to clean up stuff.